Hello, everybody! How are you guys doing? You all right? You good? Let's get started. Let's get set up. I see we've got a couple of hundred people watching, 400 or 500 people tuned in. Thank you for being here. And again, if you would kindly oblige me, please make sure that you have pressed the like button. That's the thumbs up symbol underneath the video if you're on your phone, I suppose. And please tell me in the comments, where are you guys tuning in from? I see some of you have already... Some of you have already started spamming the chat with your location, so that's great. We've got Toronto, we've got Long Beach, California. Hold on, I lost my place. Milwaukee. We have Bulgaria, Serbia, Latvia, Spain, Mexico, Chicago, Ireland, Czech Republic, Texas, China, Cleveland, Panama, Oklahoma, Russia, Serbia, Las Vegas, Norway, Transylvania, England, Australia, Texas. It's too fast. I can't read it. You guys are great. You guys are wonderful. And nothing brings me more joy than doing this at the beginning and seeing, how international the whole viewership is. So that's lovely. Ethiopia, Kenya, Lebanon. Wow. Someone's tuning in from Constantinople. Okay, so let's begin, guys. I actually have a ton of things I want to cover with you. And I guess we'll do them in order of importance. So I'll start with the more quote-unquote trivial stuff, quote-unquote. And then we'll get into the nitty-gritty, into the meat, okay, like Ukraine and all the stuff. Let me just begin with something interesting that I saw with Piers Morgan, of all people, right? So I was pleasantly surprised to hear this clip that I'm about to play to you. So just give me a second to set it up. Okay. So again, I was pleasantly surprised to hear this from Piers Morgan, of all people. So let me just play the clip. What he says about the World Cup, which is starting this week in Qatar, and then we'll dive into it. So here's the clip.
And also, I've got to say, I find a lot of this sports washing debate laced with rank hypocrisy. I mean, in the end, I read a column last week in which I went through all the problems that all the countries in the last 32 have. And I mean, for example, 8 of the countries in the last 32, that's a quarter of the countries in the World Cup finals, outlaw homosexuality. 1 in 4 countries. So if you're going to use that as the stick to beat Qatar with, you have to then beat the other 7 countries. You don't have a World Cup. And if you don't have it in Qatar, which is the first Middle Eastern country to have it, where do you have the World Cup? Do you go to Africa, where many countries it's illegal to be homosexual? Do you go there? So that rules out that continent. Do you go to America, which has rather draconian laws about abortion, which play very badly, for example, in the UK? In other words, once you start putting your moral halo on,
right,
where does it stop? And who is morally clean enough to actually host a World Cup? Are we the country that illegally invaded Iraq, which then started a 20-year reign of terror by ISIS? Are we morally clean enough to host a World Cup? I mean, I just think it's fraught with hypocrisy.
So a lot.
I'm going to play that bit again.
Laws about abortion, which play very badly, for example, in the UK. In other words, once you start putting your moral halo on,
right,
where does it stop? And who is morally clean enough to actually host a World Cup? Are we the country that illegally invaded Iraq, which then started a 20-year reign of terror by ISIS? Are we morally clean enough to host a World Cup? I mean, I just think it's fraught with hypocrisy.
So a lot of whataboutery there. Is that basically a big...
No, it's not.
It's facts.
Well,
exactly. It's not whataboutery. They're saying that, Qatar is not fit to host the World Cup. Right now, they're focusing on homosexuality because you remember the British government. Christ, I can't remember if this was under Liz Truss or Sunak. I think it was under Truss. The foreign minister was saying, we want people to go to the World Cup, but he was basically saying don't be gay in Qatar. That's what he was saying, and it caused outrage. So now everyone's saying FIFA shouldn't have awarded the World Cup to Qatar because they're against gay rights. And the thing that I remember about Qatar, which was really controversial years ago already, was that they were using migrant workers to build the stadiums. You know, they had all these people coming in from Bangladesh, from all over Asia to Qatar to build the stadiums, because you have to do this many years in advance, and they were taking their passports so they couldn't leave. You know, and you have literally thousands of them who died. I'm not even kidding. This is from The Guardian, and it's from last year, from 2021, okay? Look, this is crazy. 6,500 migrant workers have died in Qatar since the World Cup was awarded. These are from India, from Pakistan, Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and this is in the last 10 years since it was given the right to host the World Cup. I mean, this is already very shady. Everybody knew that they bought their way into hosting it, right? You know, you have all these oil sheikhs who are running around just like throwing dollars into FIFA's pockets, which FIFA already, was corrupt as hell, and this is one of the reasons. It was so obvious. I think it was Sepp Blatter who was head of FIFA. I don't know if he's still the head of FIFA, but I saw him a few days ago saying that he regrets giving it to Qatar or something. Yeah, well, too late. So basically, I understand, like, there are legitimate criticisms to be made of Qatar. I just made them for you as well. But I agree with Piers Morgan for once about what he's saying, that, you know, you start saying, well, that country is not morally okay. Like, who are we to speak? You know, if you want to judge our history, I think the UK has done a million things worse than Qatar and still does them, right? And I just want to remind you, it's not that long ago. It's just a few decades that gay people, homosexuals were still being oppressed in the UK. In the UK. So, and in the US as well, right? This is relatively new that you have progressive, legislation that's been enacted in support of gay rights. But it's not that long ago that these countries, the UK, the US, were oppressing gay people, and now they want to turn around and point the finger at others after they gave them the thing and they took the money, and now they say, oh no, we shouldn't have given it to you. It's corrupt, and that's the root of the problem here. It's corruption. It's because these countries buy their way into these things. Qatar, Saudi Arabia, they want to portray themselves as these really prestigious, futuristic countries, and it's all from the oil money. And I saw this also in the Telegraph. So the England team basically met with the migrants who helped build the stadiums. Which, that's a nice thing to do, but I don't know if it makes up for the mistreatment, which is kind of putting it mildly, the mistreatment against the workers. So I don't know. There are people saying you should boycott the World Cup. I think that's kind of like shifting the responsibility onto the fans. The responsibility does not lie with the fans on who gets the World Cup. The responsibility lies with FIFA. If they actually care about these things, they care about gay rights, they care about migrant workers, their human rights, they shouldn't have given it to Qatar in the first place. So, you can't come here after 10 years and say, oh, look, it's up to the fans now to boycott it. No, the fans want to watch football. The World Cup is the most watched sports event on planet Earth. There is nothing more popular than the Football World Cup. So people are obviously going to watch it, but you shouldn't come at the last minute and say like it's the fans' responsibility now. And just to show you again how corrupt FIFA are, they were saying that this photo op that the England team did with the workers is not okay because they should leave politics out of the sport. And that's something they always say when it's convenient for them. You have people who are bringing Palestinian flags or whatever it is, or Catalonian flags, and they would tell them, no, that's not okay. You have to leave politics outside the stadium, right? You have to leave it at the door. And you guys remember when the Ukraine war started, all of a sudden in Munich, they were not only bringing politics into the football stadium, they even changed the flags. There are four corners in the stadium, right, on the pitch. And usually the flags are bright red or bright yellow. And they changed the flags to the Ukrainian flag. So now suddenly politics is okay in sports. Wow. They would fine clubs before if their fans misbehaved, quote unquote, and brought like a Palestinian flag or any sort of political stuff, right? They would fine them. But then the Ukraine flag is okay. Sure, totally. That's fine. That's not politics. And now again, when it doesn't suit them because they're corrupt and they gave this to Qatar, now they're saying, oh, no, you can't meet with those peasants who built the stadium. Stay out of this. Don't bring politics into sport. Anyway, man, I don't know if I'm gonna watch it at all. I am gonna watch it, but I just mean like it's so disappointing with this England team. Every single tournament they get kicked out in the quarterfinal with penalties every single time. I remember the last World Cup, they what was it, against Colombia? I think they beat them at penalties, which was a surprise, something I did not expect. And then 2 years ago in the Euro Cup, they made it to no, not 2 years ago. It was last year. They postponed it. Yeah, they made it to the final. And that was, again, that was my fault. I had false hope again that they would actually win something. No. So I don't know if I'm going to be throwing my support behind them this year. But anyway, you guys let me know in the comments if you're going to watch the World Cup and who you're supporting. I think England's group is Iran, the US, and I forgot the other country. Because it's 4 countries in a group, right? You start with group stages, and then it progresses to into finals. So... yeah, I forgot who the 4th member is, but I'll just look this up quickly. And you guys tell me again who you're supporting. So these are the groups. Yeah, every time the cup starts, the host country plays the first match. That's normal. So yeah, England are with Iran and US and Wales, I think it is. Yeah, right, that's Group B. So there you go. And of course, there are many other countries qualified. I remember the French, they lost against Portugal in the Euro final, not the last one, the one in 2016, was it? No, which one was that again? Yeah, and then they went on to win the World Cup 2 years later, so who knows what England does. We'll see. Let me move on to the next topic. I'm just going to sneak quickly. Okay, I see in the comments you guys are saying... you're going to support Serbia. I see US, Iran. A lot of you are supporting Serbia. That's cool. Netherlands. I don't know if Russia's qualified. They usually qualify. But let me show you the next thing. So, 1 second. Yeah, this is pretty cool. So NASA have decided to go back to the moon. They're sending like actual human beings. It's a manned space program to the moon, and this time it's called the Artemis program. You guys know the one in the 60s was the legendary Apollo program. This is the Artemis program, and they just launched the first rocket. It's an unmanned rocket. It's, you know, before they actually send humans, they always conduct tests. So they'll send an unmanned craft, and then they'll send another crew to do an orbit, but they don't actually land, which must be an extraordinary tease. And then they actually land a crew, and they're aiming for 2025. And this is substantial because you can't talk about space and the space race without, you know, talking about politics. So I think, you know, I've been wanting to do a segment about this for a long time, and I think the launch, which took place November 16th, so just a few days ago, is extremely relevant and a good segue to do that. Let me just play you the clip very briefly from NASA launching the first rocket.
Up until T-minus 2 seconds.
Go for ALS.
And we are go for ALS. Maiden voyage to the moon. Sound suppressor water now
15.
Flowing under the ML. And here we go.
10.
Hydrogen burn-off igniters initiated. 7, 6, 5. 4-stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
All 4 RS-25 engines on the core stage and 2 solid rocket boosters now propelling the vehicle at 128 miles per hour.
It's absolutely insane. You know, within the span of 2 minutes, that rocket is doing something around 4,000 miles per hour, right? And that's before separation. So you know, they're just exiting the atmosphere. It's amazing. So let me talk about why this is significant. The last time there was a manned space program to the moon, I think the last moon landing was 1972, if I'm not mistaken. So, you know, that's a long time ago. That's many, many decades. It was during the Cold War. And I wanted to talk about this because people have this misconception that the United States is the one that won the space race in the Cold War, and that's not true. It's really not true. The reason people have this, this misconception is because Hollywood are very good at propaganda, right? I'm sure you've all seen what was it, Apollo 11 with Tom Hanks, or Apollo 13? I forgot, Christ. But they have a lot of good movies about the space program. There are some new ones that also came out recently with what was his name, Ryan Gosling, First Man. So they have so many like really intricate, personal, and they're great at storytelling, and they create this amazing bond between the characters in the movie and the viewer. And so you fall into this trap of thinking that, well, that program is the superior one. They're clearly the best. And it's not true. And I will show you literally right here why it's not true. Every single milestone, major milestone in space, it was the Soviets who did it. They had the first satellite in space, the first animal in space, the first lunar satellite flyby. So that's the first satellite doing flyby of the moon. First lunar contact. So if I recall correctly, they put the first man-made object on the moon. The first man in space, Yuri Gagarin, right? He orbited the Earth. First planetary flyby that went to Venus. The first woman in space. The first spacewalk. The first lunar landing. I mean, this is crazy. This is all the Soviets, and NASA were getting their butts kicked for years. For years, it was so embarrassing. Every time they launched something, it would just blow up or go up in flames. And the Soviets, milestone after milestone. And then eventually, they got their act together at NASA, and they did the first spacecraft docking and lunar human flyby. So that's what they're going to do with this new Artemis program, where you put a human in the capsule and they fly around the moon and back to Earth. They don't actually land, right? Because again, it's part of the safety process and testing. Soviets had the first modular space station. That's very crucial because what the Americans want to do now with the European Space Agency and Canada with this new moon program, they want to build something similar to the International Space Station. So they're not just going back to the moon. They're going to build a space station that constantly, permanently orbits the moon. That's very significant. And of course, those things are always modular. But the Soviets were first to do it. And then 1969, you have the first human moon landing, Neil Armstrong. The Soviets put the first rover on the moon, though. That's interesting, right? First planetary landing on Venus, first space station, and first Mars landing. I mean, I'm sorry, but the list speaks for itself. I really don't know how anyone can dispute this. It's a clear win for the Soviets, whether you like it or you don't like it. I think, I know it's all about the science, but it's also about politics. During the Cold War, NASA had a budget, I think, what was it? They had 5% of the national budget going towards NASA. Now it's barely 1%. It's been deprioritized because there's no more space race with the Soviets. You don't have to, there's no need to look good in front of the world anymore and prove that capitalism is the superior program or whatever. So nevertheless, I think it's cool that they're doing this. I really hope they're not going to do this to weaponize space. During the 80s under Reagan, there was this proposal to put weapons in space, and they actually called it the Star Wars program, right? So I know there's some people who believe that they actually went ahead with it and they have like nukes on the moon or something. I really hope that that's not true. But this program, the new one, Artemis, I'll just read you the stated goals. Okay, so there's no mention of weapons, obviously. But I'll show you what they're going to do here and what the timeline. So the first use of the Space Launch System, okay, Orion, that was the one I just showed you, is November 16th, okay? And they have robots and mannequins aboard this one that we just watched. The second Artemis launch in 2024. The third will be in 2025, and that's going to be a crewed lunar landing. So they're saying in the span of 3 years, they're going to go from first launch to actually putting people on the moon. And then they're going to dock in 2027 with the Lunar Gateway. That's what they're calling this space station. So it's very interesting. And it's so funny seeing this logo there, United States Space Force. You remember Trump created this? That was really funny. because in the U.S. you have several branches of the military. You have the Marines, which are separate from the Navy. Then you have the Navy, the Air Force, the Army, and then Space Force, which Trump created. And apparently it's still there. So, okay, I'm pointing this out because, this is supposed to be a strictly civilian, well, not civilian, it's certainly government, but I mean, it's supposed to be a non-military application. But when you see the United States Space Force, which is an actual branch of the U.S. military involved, I don't know what to think of that. I'm not going to speculate. I'm just going to say it's cool that they're doing this. It's really nice. And if you watch the full video, it's very long. It was a live stream. They talk about the rocket being the most powerful ever built. And I was a bit confused by that because my understanding was that the Saturn V was the most powerful rocket ever built. So I guess maybe that's changed now, but don't quote me on that. Saturn V is the rocket that took the Americans to the moon, and this was basically their rival to the Soviets' R7 rocket. And I think the Soviets would have made it first, but there was a lot of one of the leads on the program died, and they switched design for rocket design, and they had hiccups with that, but it's important to remember their contributions and achievements because they're substantial in both in number and also in being first, in coming first. So the other thing to note also is that during the Cold War, when the Soviets and the Americans had the space race, both of them had actually recruited Nazi scientists. So the chief German scientist in the U.S. was Wernher von Braun, and he's the guy who designed the first ballistic missile. So we're talking about the V1, which right now they talk about these Iranian drones in Ukraine. They're similar to the V1. Obviously, the V1's a lot more primitive and older, but it's basically a drone that you would launch from the French coast, and then you would give it a finite amount of fuel, knowing that it's going to fall over London. And, that it was called a doodle bug because, you would just hear the motor dying, and then it would just randomly fall and kill people. And my grandmother was hit by one. She didn't die, but she was hit by a V1 in World War II in London. So after the V1, they did the V2, and that's the traditional rocket that you think of. When you see a V2, it's not a drone, it's a ballistic missile. And Wernher von Braun is the guy who designed both of these, and he became one of the top people at NASA, right? He was director, and here's the picture, by the way. I'm trying to show you the V2 rocket. So there it is. So, yeah, obviously, the Soviets also, they took some Nazi scientists with them. And of course, this is, extremely, these are some dubious decisions. I don't think that's very, I don't know. I don't know how the Soviets did it, but I know the Americans gave all these people citizenship and immunity. And you have to remember von Braun, sure, he's a technical genius. He's also a Nazi. He was, not just, working for them. No, this guy was in the SS. He was an officer in the SS. So I don't think it's fair to just overlook that. And, all the people that he killed with V1s and V2s in the UK and, absolve him of that. The guy's a murdering Nazi. End of story. And, just because he made the best rocket and the first ballistic missile doesn't make him any better of a person. Which is weird, because I remember when I was in Berlin at the airport, they have a plaque of this guy. I was fucking stunned. I was like, why is there a plaque of this guy here in Berlin? Not America, in Berlin. I was really confused by that. Anyway, I just thought I'd give you an update on the space program and what's happening right now. Interesting times, especially with Elon Musk, being the richest man on Earth. And he has SpaceX, which was, I guess, originally sort of a rival to NASA, but now they work together. Their specialty is having rockets that are reusable, because traditionally when you send a rocket, that's it. You got to build a new one. It's destroyed and gone. The boosters are going to fall apart, and you need to build it from scratch. So it costs much more, right? But if you can reuse the same rocket, it reduces and brings down the costs substantially. So that's the interesting thing about what they've done at SpaceX. Although obviously he is not a rocket engineer. It's the engineers who work for him. So yeah, we'll see what happens. If there's a Mars mission or not. I think that would be cool, but I don't know. They always say they said they were going to do that in 2010 and then 2020 and 2030. They always push it. So. Okay, let's move on to I don't know, man. We got a lot of things to go through. You know what? Speaking of missiles and rockets, let's go talk about the missile in Poland. Okay. Remember, there's a difference. A rocket is a rocket; it's unguided, and a missile is guided. So that would be something, whether it's radar or heat seeking, whatever it is, whatever the technology. If it's guided, it's a missile. So let me walk you through what happened in Poland and Ukraine, and this is really cool because Claudia was kind enough to put together this thread about what happened in Poland. So let's go through it quickly. There was a missile explosion, okay? And it landed... the missile struck a grain dryer outside the Polish village of... I'm afraid I'm going to butcher this, Claudia. I'm sorry. Przewodów. I'm really sorry I butchered that. So that's 6.4 kilometers from the Ukrainian border. That's the most important part. Okay, so right near the Ukrainian border. There are 2 men killed, 58 and 60 years old. And this is just 70 kilometers. This town is just 70 kilometers from the nearest, largest Ukrainian city, Lviv. And what happened is Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, he immediately comes out and says, oh, it's the Russians who did this. Because the rocket is an S-300, right? The S-300 is a surface-to-air missile, which was built by the Soviets in the Cold War. They have a newer generation now, the S-400. But the S-300 and S-200, you'll find many countries around the world still using them. They're very capable. And S-300s typically fire missiles that are classified as long range. And we're talking about 95 miles, so that's 150 kilometers, right? And the question that everyone is asking, including myself, is how the hell did the Russians fire a missile that has a range of 150 kilometers all the way in Poland? The radius, if you just look at the radius, it doesn't make any sense. There are no Russian S-300 installations or batteries in this radius. There just aren't. We know the Ukrainians have them. The Ukrainians have a lot of Soviet equipment because they were part of the Soviet Union. They still have, you name it, from tanks to, machine guns to planes, you name it, they still have them. That's common. So it stands to reason that the Ukrainians probably did this because, it happens. Things misfire. They misfire. And instead of just taking responsibility for it, he goes on this weird, Zelensky goes on this weird crusade and he keeps insisting it's the Russians. And this is so embarrassing because I'm going to show you this clip right now. Biden, NATO, so Stoltenberg was the Secretary General of NATO, and Poland, the victim, are coming and saying this was not Russia. It was not Russia. And Zelensky keeps insisting, it was Russia. What the hell is this? Here's the clip, man.
There is preliminary information that contests that. I don't want to say that till we completely investigate, but it is... it's unlikely in the minds of the trajectory that it was fired from Russia, but we'll see.
We have no indication that this was the result of a deliberate attack. And we have no indication that Russia is preparing offensive military actions against NATO. Our preliminary analysis suggests that the incident was likely caused by a Ukrainian air defense missile fired to defend Ukrainian territory against Russian cruise missile attacks.
Jest niestety wysoce prawdopodobne, że jeden z pocisków, które były wystrzelone przez ukraińską obronę przeciwrakietową, niestety spadł po prostu na naszym terytorium.
Okay, so you saw that was Biden, President of the United States, the Secretary General of NATO, and the Polish Prime Minister, all of them saying, the President, all of them saying that this was not intentional and it wasn't the Russians. Now let's play Zelensky, okay?
Я навіть не сумніваюсь в доповіді вечірній мені особисто від командуючого повітряних сил до главкома Залужного. Я не сумніваюсь в тому, що це була не наша ракета або не наш ракетний удар. Вони не мають сенсу їм не довіряти. Я з ними війну пройшов.
I get his logic. He has to trust the people around him, but that doesn't mean that the Russians did it. This is so weird. And I want to show you the hilarity of this, because if you go on Google and you look this up, look at Zelensky contradicting himself. 20 hours ago, so this is from The Hill, 20 hours ago, Zelensky insists missile that hit Poland was not Ukrainian. And 3 hours ago, Zelensky is now saying, I don't know 100% what happened. So let me just read this briefly to you, okay? So Zelensky previously insisted that the rocket was not Ukrainian and wanted evidence if Ukraine's air defense was responsible. But he softened his position at Bloomberg's New Economy Forum in Singapore on Thursday, saying that the Ukrainian military leaders told him that the crater from the blast site suggested that a Ukrainian anti-air rocket could not be solely responsible. Then he says, I don't know 100%. I think the world also doesn't know 100% what happened. We can't say specifically that this was the air defense of Ukraine. Look, man, I'm sorry, but everybody's saying it is. And even NATO's trying to cut him, they're trying to cut him some slack. They're saying, look, this looks like it was a Ukrainian rocket, a Ukrainian misfire, but that doesn't mean it's Ukraine's fault because Russia's the one that invaded Ukraine. So even when they're attributing blame to Ukraine, they're still trying to they're still trying to save face while saying that it was his air defenses. And I want to just point to another example, because last year, when the Israelis were bombing Syria, which they do every week, there were some surface-to-air missile batteries that launched S-200 rockets. So that's the generation just before, also Russian. They fired these rockets, these missiles at the... they said rocket in that article and it threw me off. They fired these missiles at the Israeli jets, and one of them was apparently errant, and it followed the Israeli plane for 200 kilometers. 200 kilometers, which is within the range of an SA-5, as NATO calls it, or S-200. And it landed, I think, around 30 kilometers from Dimona, and Dimona is an Israeli nuclear site. It's where they developed and have nuclear weapons, right? Undeclared nuclear arsenal. So obviously you can see the danger of that. You don't want missiles anywhere near a nuclear site, whether it's a civilian, a nuclear reactor, or a military installation. Nowhere near. And that a lot of people were laughing at that. It's like, you know what? You want to bomb Syria? Okay. This is fate. The rocket, the missile was errant and followed you all the way there. So I'm just telling you this because it's a recent example of how these systems fail. It's not because they're bad or something, it just happens. And it's so weird that Zelensky just doesn't want to accept that it was the Ukrainian air defenses. I mean, just think of it in another way, because I showed you geographically why it doesn't make sense, right? Here, let's go back to the radius, okay? Because again, this it can go up to 150 kilometers. There are no Russian installations in this radius. The other thing you should ask yourself is, if it really was Russia, what the hell were they firing at? The non-existent Ukrainian Air Force? Were they firing at cruise missiles? Does Ukraine even use cruise missiles? It doesn't make sense. Why would the Russians even deploy this specific weapon in the first place? Never mind the fact that they're too far away to deploy it near the Polish border. Okay, so you have literally every indicator possible, both rational and scientific and political, telling you this wasn't the Russians, and he keeps insisting it was. I'll just say one more thing. The reason this is significant is obviously because 2 people died in Poland, which is very tragic. The ramifications of it politically is that if Poland wanted to, they could go and say, we are under attack, and we feel threatened, and we want to activate, Article NATO's Article 4 or 5. Okay, they likely number 4, but either way, this would be very bad because it means escalation. So again, you have to ask yourself, why would the Russians be this stupid to hit a NATO member? Poland is actually a NATO member, right? And the United States has had Patriot missile systems there for ages, which are, you know, sort of their equivalent of this. Why would they do that? And they just like killed 2 random people? What kind of military value does this have? I'm not saying those people don't matter. They do, but you know, it just doesn't make sense on top of everything else. And I want to play you a clip, which is so weird. This is Rishi Sunak, so the British Prime Minister, and Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, and they called Zelensky. And I swear to God, I couldn't believe this was a real clip. I was so confused. I thought this was like a comedy bit. I thought somebody voiced overed a video of them. Take a look.
Go ahead, you're online.
Hello, Volodymyr. It's Rishi and Justin. I really wanted you to hear from us as friends.
We absolutely know how difficult yesterday was. It was horrific for you and your country, and we have called it out in the session that we've just had and on the media here this morning, and we made that point loud and clear to everyone who was here that what your country had to live through yesterday was unacceptable and represented yet more barbarity from the Russians. We stood united in condemning it.
Rishi and I really wanted to reach out to reassure you, to show you we're standing with you, and to say we're gonna figure out this step by step all together.
Look, man, I don't know about you guys, but that was just weird. That was really weird for some reason. It sounded so forced and plastic and synthetic, and I was like, why are they doing this? Hi, Volodymyr, our friend. How are you? Jesus, man, that was just weird. Sorry, it spooked me for a reason. I really thought someone took a clip and voice-overed it. Anyway, it was just weird. So let's put this missile issue to rest. Yes, it was an S-300. Yes, that is a Russian system, but the Russians are too far away to deploy it. The Russians don't have a target to fire this weapon at. And NATO, the United States, and Poland, the victim, are all coming out and saying, the Polish president himself, are saying this wasn't Russia. So that's really embarrassing, you know, because some people are suggesting that Zelensky was like trying to do a false flag and get NATO like dragged in. I don't know. I mean, NATO looked pretty involved already, but I don't know if that's true. But if it's true, if this was a false flag, it's the worst one I've ever seen in history. Get your allies on board before you do this, man. Get them on board, you know. Don't have them come out and contradict you in public. It just looks very unprofessional. Again, I'm not saying it was. I'm saying if it were, because some people think it was. And I think now that the dust is settled, and you know they're all coming out and saying, it wasn't the Ruskies. He's calming down. But let's put it to bed, right? Let's put this issue to rest. You know, speaking of Trudeau, I have some gold mines for you. I have some beautiful things to show you right now that are going to make you laugh so much. Oh my God. Trudeau's really been difficult these last days. He's been very difficult. So, give me a second. Yo, did I go offline for a second? I can see the connection is not stable. So just wait a second. I'm going to wait a second before I continue. If you guys are still here, please comment so we can continue, because I don't want to start if the connection is not stable. Gunny is saying hello to Langley. Okay, great. Everything's working. Okay. For some reason YouTube disconnected me. I don't know what's up with that, but no worries. We're okay. By the way, just before I continue, I see we've got 1,300 people watching. We only have 600 likes, so half of you guys have not pressed the thumbs up or the like button. So please make sure you do, and that way YouTube will share the video with more people. All right, let's continue, shall we? I was saying that I have some really funny things to show you with Justin Trudeau, and okay, let's start with the Iran one because that's related to it. This thing was crazy. I mean, this was crazy. Seriously. Okay. This story about Iran is so outrageous and stupid, and for some reason people still believed it and shared it nonetheless. So basically, there was a rumor online that the Iranian government was going to execute 15,000 protesters. 15,000. And people believe this. You know, you had actresses and actors sharing this. I think Sophie Turner, the one from Game of Thrones, she was sharing it. Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, he even tweeted this out and then deleted it, right? So he said that Canada denounces the Iranian regime's barbaric decision to impose the death penalty on nearly 15,000 protesters. These brave Iranians were fighting for their human rights, and we continue to stand united in support of them and united against the regime's heinous actions. All right. Before I continue, anybody who says regime about, you know, countries that are not open to Western banks and corporations, you shouldn't listen to them. But Trudeau deleted this tweet, and I just want you to think for a second about how ridiculous and childish that is. This guy is the Prime Minister of Canada, the Prime Minister. He's not some, you know, junior employee. He's not some random citizen. He's not a shit poster. He's the Prime Minister. He is the occupant of the office of the Prime Minister of Canada, and he accuses another country of committing a massacre, and instead of apologizing, he deletes the tweet like some child. I mean, what is this? Look, man, you can't do this stuff. You want to talk, then you got to talk both ways. When you're saying the stuff and apologizing too. You're the Prime Minister. Why do I have to explain this? So obviously this turned out to be nonsense because, I mean, just the figure alone tells you that this is nonsense. How are they going to kill 15,000 protesters? They haven't even arrested 15,000 people. Were they just going to like randomly grab people off the street, or like government employees are going to like suicide all of a sudden to get the quota filled? Like where they haven't even gotten 15,000 people arrested. Look, I'll show you. This is from like even CNN called this out as rubbish. Man, when CNN are fact checking you and they're right, they're actually right for once, that is really bad. Then it's really bad. Let me go through this article with you from Al Jazeera, okay? So the title was that fact check, has Iran sentenced 15,000 protesters to death? No, they haven't. This was first reported by Newsweek, and it was so widespread that Trudeau shared it as well. I read you the tweet. And later, Trudeau deleted the tweet, as we said, and Newsweek corrected its story. Is the figure real? No. While thousands have been arrested in Iran and some have been sentenced to death, the numbers are nowhere near the 15,000 reported. So the number of people sentenced to death was 1 until yesterday. I think now it's 5 in total. 5, not 15,000. The 15,000 figure is the number of people believed to have been arrested, according to overseas-based human rights and media organizations. Okay? And those same sources say that more than 350 protesters have been killed. Now, I just to put this in context, you know when you had the George Floyd protests in the United States? Because I looked this up just now, and I have it for you from the Washington Post. Just take a guess. How many people do you think were arrested in the United States when you had the George Floyd protests? Just guess right now in the comments. Just any figure. Okay, and I'll tell you in a second what the real figure is. You guys are saying 1,000, 300 plus, 300, 0, 40,000, 100,000. Okay, no, it's not 100,000. It's the same number. Just like in Iran. So they're saying around 15,000 have been arrested in Iran. In the United States, it was the same figure. This is from the Washington Post. Officials have arrested more than 14,000 people across 49 cities nationwide in the United States since May 27th, according to a Washington Post tally of data provided by police departments and included in media reports. Thousands were arrested for low-level offenses, including curfew violations and failure to disperse. So, just to be clear, the figure from Iran is, I don't know if this is where they got that figure from, like Al Jazeera is suggesting, but it sounds like it. Some idiot, I suppose, or maybe they did it on purpose, confused the two. They thought, 15,000 people are arrested means 15,000 killed. No. There's another thing. There's a letter. Okay, so I'll read this from Al Jazeera. They're saying the news of the executions appears to have stemmed from a statement signed by 227 of Iran's 290 parliamentarians that said people engaging in muharibeh, so waging war against God, should be dealt with decisively with a response that would teach an example. So, again, this is not a law. It's a letter that they signed, and people interpreted that letter to mean that they're going to kill anyone who is charged with not even, because again, they're not even saying people charged with a crime. They're saying no, Iran is going to kill everybody, all of the protesters. I mean, it's just false. I don't know why. I'm speechless. Like I just, this is so stupid. I don't know why anyone could misconstrue this unless they did it on purpose. So the statement was criticized online, and some lawmakers tried to clarify their position by saying that they did not mean that all protesters should be executed. So there was another letter, a document that began circulating online that purportedly showed the names of 227 lawmakers on a letter that called on the judiciary to treat all of those arrested in the protests as people engaging in muharibeh. So basically, urging the judiciary to kill them. But this letter was fake. The letter was fake. The list of lawmakers was old. There are people on the list who weren't even in parliament anymore. One of them is now the president's minister of economy. Okay, so I just want to say another thing, because there's this misconception that, well, Iran's dictatorship, and it's only the clergy, it's the mullahs who control everything, and it's completely undemocratic and barbaric, and all sorts of racist Orientalist tropes that they have, and ignorant tropes. And when you say that, you're basically saying, well, there is complete concentration of power in one area, and all other branches of government are irrelevant. Okay, so if what they're saying is true, that Iran is a dictatorship and it's undemocratic, then why the hell would you care what the judiciary says or what these lawmakers say? So now all of a sudden, the lawmakers actually count. Oh wow, the judiciary actually counts. Do you see the contradiction here? When it suits them, they say, this country is authoritarian and it's a dictatorship, and then when it suits them, they start actually caring about the branches of government, which by the way, in the Iranian constitution, they're separate and independent. So, in case you still don't understand. So, here's another thing that they're not showing you, because they'll tell you that all these people have been arrested, all these people have been killed. Just today, I can't show you the video because it was too barbaric and brutal. But they killed several. I don't know who they are. They were vigilantes, I suppose, or I'm not saying all the people protesting, but today there were a few policemen who were killed, and the people who did it filmed it and posted it online. And I'm just trying to understand what this has to do with women's rights, because I'm pretty sure the women in Iran or the people that are protesting, the majority of them don't support this, right? Because when you go and you murder someone and film it and post it online, that's sick. That's sick. And you have some people who are doing that, and it's similar to what you had in Syria. They're coming in and kind of hijacking the unrest. They're hijacking the energy of the people, and then they're using it to do something else. And so now it doesn't become about, we want some reforms. Now it becomes about, let's actually murder anyone who's working, whether it's a policeman, someone in the clergy. Let's just go after them and let's get rid of the government. And this is a new dimension, right? Those are not the same things. Those are not the same things at all. And I'm just... it's weird because they don't tell you any of this on BBC or any of these mainstream channels when they talk about Iran. Like, if you should say both sides, right? You should say X amount of protesters have been arrested, 15,000 approximately. This amount of people have died. They're saying it's around 300. Again, I don't know if that's true. But you should also say this number of police have been killed, right? And the interesting thing here is that you can actually prove the latter. I actually saw the videos. There are actual videos, video evidence of police being murdered. And the people doing this are filming it and posting it online gleefully. But when you come and you tell me, oh, the Iranian government is going to kill 15,000 people, there is no proof for this. It's a fucking lie. And then they go and make up other lies that you can't verify. So, you know, if anything, the only thing that they accomplished with this stupid campaign is they've actually proven that there is a propaganda war against Iran. And, you know, if they're concerned about people believing the government, well, you just shot yourself in the foot, because now people actually have more evidence not to believe the lies against Iran, right? Because when you spread things as ridiculous as this, and the Canadian Prime Minister is doing it as well, what credibility do you have left, man? And you just quietly delete it? You don't even apologize? Nothing? That's scandalous. Honestly, that's just scandalous. Here, these are two. This is Professor Marandi who posted this. Okay, these are two guys who were in Mashhad who were killed today. Okay, this policeman was killed today, stabbed to death. And again, the video that I saw, I'm not going to show it to you because it's too barbaric. It's too much. And I'm getting a lot of similar vibes to what happened in Syria. You know, they would say the government did this. This was just a peaceful protest, and then they don't tell you that actually there were people shooting at the police in this protest. And again, it doesn't mean like, oh, the government's perfect and they're saints and they're angels and they never hurt anyone. No, it doesn't mean that. But tell both sides of the story. Paint a full picture. Don't tell one side and omit the other side. This is a clip. This is John Bolton. Okay, you remember John Bolton, neoconservative skeleton. Look at what he had to say about what's happening in Iran. So just to be clear, he was speaking to BBC Farsi, BBC Persian, but there are subtitles in English, okay?
اپوزیسیون ایران حالا داره مسلح میشه با اسلحه هایی که از پایگاه های بسیج گرفته، با اسلحه هایی که از نقاط کردستان عراق داره وارد ایران میشه. برای همین فکر میکنم که چشمانداز یک تلاش سیستماتیک اپوزیسیون نه فقط اعتراض بلکه بکارگیری زور و قوه قهریه علیه حکومت با این پیام که ما دیگه غیر مسلح نیستیم.
So I don't know what he's implying there. If it's the U.S. giving them weapons, I think he was just kind of, you know, showing off. He's saying, look, man, these guys, they're armed now and they're a real force to be reckoned with. John Bolton is like that. You know, he doesn't shy away from his beliefs. He's very direct, and he says what he. Well, I mean, I'm not saying he's not a liar. He definitely likes to lie, but he's very gleeful about his neoconservative ambitions. I remember that he said once that the Iranian Revolution won't last past its 40th birthday. It did. So, you know, he from the beginning, this guy, he hates Iran because it broke away from Western influence. You know, they used to have a king, the Shah, who was, you know, an American-British puppet, literally installed by MI6 and CIA. So, you know, ever since 79, since the revolution, they've had it in for Iran. And he's one of those people, right? He's been leading that charge against all the quote-unquote evil countries, right? Of which Iran is, of course, a member. You know, the damage is done, though. It's very unfortunate because you have so many people posting this crap online about, 15,000 people. I mean, it's ridiculous. Who believes this? Apparently, a lot of people believe it. And I think it confirms, no pun intended, but it is a confirmation of their bias. You know why? Because you can say anything, and they've been conditioned so much to hate Iran, they will just believe it, you know? And this goes for North Korea, it goes for Syria. You know, these countries have been demonized by the Western press for decades and decades and decades, and there are various reasons why. Some of them have to do with resources. It's also political. It's very intricate, right? And each country is its own kind of has its own kind of path and history with the United States, and tension with the United States. But at the end of the day, there's a common demonization. You'll often hear in movies, even, right? Not just the media, but in entertainment, they'll make fun of the North Koreans, right? They'll say, oh, those people are brainwashed. They worship the supreme leader. Oh, they're so stupid. Oh, there's no freedom in that country. Oh, they're so backwards. They don't tell you that the United States killed 20% of the population. 20% of the population. No wonder they hate your fucking guts. If someone murdered 20% of the American population, you would fucking nuke them. You would drop nukes on them. So don't be surprised that the Koreans have nuclear weapons, because you fucked them and they're not going to let you do that again. You understand? So, they leave that part out, and they leave out the coup in Iran. They don't tell you that part. And they make it look like, oh, these people are just crazy. They hate us because of our freedom. Oh, we are so special, and they're just so backwards. And yeah, okay. Whatever. So just be careful with what's happening in Iran, because yes, you have people who, and I'm sure this is for the vast majority, who are not violent, who don't want to see stuff like this happening, who don't want foreign influence. But unfortunately, the most powerful actors are sometimes the among the smallest, right? If you look at what happened in Syria, ISIS, and all their similar groups, Al-Qaeda, and which is now HTS, they're small in numbers. They're not as big as some of the other groups, right? And they fluctuate over time, but they were still the most powerful, right? So what I'm trying to say is that in Iran, even though the malicious outside actors, they're enacting their agenda in Iran, it doesn't mean that the rest of the people actually want that. I'm pretty sure most people, whatever their views are, don't want to see, people being murdered and then a video of that posted online. That's just barbaric. And keep in mind, the MEK, which is an opposition group, an Iranian opposition group that have been there sort of, around the time of the revolution. They didn't get a seat at the table, let's put it that way. And so they've been outside of Iran. They were in Iraq for a while, and then they were in France, and then they moved to Albania now, right? So the leader of this group, so what's her name again? Maryam Rojava, I think? She was meeting with the Israeli ambassador. Yeah, Maryam Rajavi. So she was meeting with the Israeli ambassador to Albania last month. Why do you think? And Mike Pompeo has spoken before at their conference, right? At the MEK, they have like an annual gathering. That's her, right? So she's the head of this Iranian opposition group, and she was meeting with the Israeli ambassador last month. Mike Pompeo has spoken at her annual shingdings, or whatever you want to call it. And I think John Bolton before, I'm not sure, but he supports them, right? And it's funny because the United States, they used to classify them as terrorists, and then they changed their opinion. It depends on the menu of the day. Like, who do we hate today? Oh, it's that. Okay, these guys are cool. They'll help us take them down. So just be aware. Just be aware. There are outside influences and collaborating with people on the inside, right? It's nothing new. You always have a few fringe groups on the inside ready to help. And they're hijacking this and turning it to something evil. And please don't fall for garbage like this. Trudeau should know better. This is just embarrassing. I don't think even Biden posted something like this, because it's so ridiculous. It's just so obviously fake. Speaking of Trudeau, I have another really funny thing to show you, okay? Just give me a second. Just a sec. So, where is it? I shared this earlier on Twitter, so maybe you've seen it. Okay, one sec. There we go. Okay, so I want to play you this clip of Justin Trudeau being put in his place and completely dressed down like you would not believe by the Chinese president. Okay? Just look at this. Unbelievable.
Everything we discussed is then leaked to the paper. That's not appropriate. And that's not how the way the conversation was conducted. If there is sincerity on your part,
free and open and frank dialogue, and that is what we will continue to have. We will continue to look to work constructively together, but there will be things we will disagree on, and we will have to continue.
Let's create the conditions first.
What the hell was that response? Look how he walks away, man. Like he just tore him a new one. Oh my god, that's so awkward. So again, I don't know if you were able to read the subtitles, but the Chinese president, Xi Jinping, he basically told Trudeau, the last time we spoke, you leaked our conversation to the press. Don't do that. And Trudeau's like, no, yeah, but in Canada, we believe in free and fair, open dialogue. It's just like posturing, like, look, man, look, you filthy communist, we believe in democracy, okay, but we're very nice people. he dressed him down, man. He put him back in his place. And this is so funny because in the span of 24 hours, Trudeau spreads this lie about Iran, and he quietly deletes it, and tucks his tail between his legs, and doesn't even apologize. At the conference, the Chinese president is telling him, "Look, man, stop leaking these conversations. They're not for the press, right?" That was amazing. That was amazing. He didn't have a single response. He just ran away, and I really. Look, man, I'm not saying it was, I feel bad for him, on a molecular level, but can I be honest? This, I know it's symbolic, it's largely symbolic, but the fact that you have the Chinese, you have Trudeau basically tucking his tail between his legs in front of the Chinese and the Iranians. This is really important because it shows you that on the international stage, in international relations, the global South, they don't care. You're the Canadian Prime Minister, so what? I'm going to come and call you out right now in front of everybody because you leaked our conversation. You're not allowed to do that, right? And it shows weakness on the part of Trudeau. Inaccuracy, spreading nonsense about Iran and then having to delete it in shame, and then being called out by the Chinese president. This is really important. I know it's symbolic, but it's also backed up by, hard power. You guys know China geographically, their economy, they're going to, they're slated to be the number one economy in a matter of years. Iran is also basically a hopeful future member of the BRICS. It's in the Belt and Road Initiative. These countries actually have the hard power to back the soft power up with. Okay, so it's not just some small talk conversation. No. This is a fundamental change that's occurring, and this is basically it just complements the hard power and transformation of the global South, and it's really important because I feel like if you watch how a lot of Western journalists, they speak to foreign leaders, they're very ballsy. They'll like sit right across. They'll go to Damascus, where apparently no reporters are allowed in, and yet they still got a visa. They'll go to Damascus and they'll sit in front of the Syrian president, like in his fucking palace, and to his face, they're like, "Is it true that you burn puppies alive and then drink their blood?" Like they'll just like spit these wild things to his face, and I saw Megyn Kelly do this with Putin, in Russia, in Moscow. And then when they go home in their own countries, where they're supposed to be the most, aggressive as journalists, they tuck their tails between their legs, and they don't dare speak like that to Trudeau. They don't dare speak like that to Biden. They would never say these things at all. Even former presidents who don't matter. They wouldn't speak like that to Bush to his face because they're pussies, right? They're only journalists when it comes to the outside, but at home they can't do it. And this is good. Someone's got to check these people because the Five Eyes countries are the most powerful for now, not for long. And they need to be brought down to earth a little bit. Okay, they need to be brought back down to earth. You are not better than everybody else. You are not exempt from, from being called out when you spew lies or you start behaving inappropriately. And, usually you wouldn't see something like this. Honestly, like, Trudeau really, really pissed off this guy for him to go do that in public. In diplomacy, and when it comes to international affairs, you don't do stuff like this, okay? You go behind closed doors and you speak in frankness, right? And you have the minutes written down and everything is fine and dandy. You would not do this unless it was really egregious, and it was. And it really shows a lack of professionalism. You don't just go and you look. Let me explain this. When you have the Chinese president and the Canadian prime minister meeting, both of them will have their translators. They will have someone recording the minutes of the meeting, and then each country releases a presser. Okay, it's basically a short statement describing what they talked about in the meeting. It's usually not that detailed, but they release a presser. You don't go and leak the goddamn conversation without permission from the other guy. It's just bad etiquette. There's no. These people have no tact or basic etiquette in diplomacy. It's just embarrassing, And I remember I was talking about this with Pepe Escobar. How when you look at Annalena Baerbock, who's the German foreign minister, or you look at Blinken, and they're standing next to Lavrov, they look like amateurs. They look like amateurs. They don't know what they're doing. And you used to have a whole hold on, let me pull up this picture. You used to have a whole league of these old school diplomats who knew how to do business and talk straight, and behave politely and properly. And I feel like that's fading away. And that's one of the reasons why we have a war in Ukraine now. That's one of the reasons, because no one does diplomacy anymore. The idea of diplomacy is frowned upon. It's like, oh no, we can't sit with the Russians. Oh no, we can't appease Putin. I mean, this is ridiculous. Look, the United States and Russia have had diplomatic ties for ages. That's fine, to do diplomacy. There's nothing embarrassing about it. It's actually, you're going to have to do it one way or another. And now they don't do this anymore. And the way they're trying to treat China is similar to what they're doing to Russia and Iran. They want to sideline China. They're jealous. China has, China's been building all of their stuff for decades. China is now surpassing them in every metric, whether it's railways, building planes, phones, big tech, you name it. They are set to overtake the West, and they're jealous, and they do petty stuff like that. So you got to put them back in their place. This picture these are the BRICS ambassadors. So it's Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, the emerging economies, the emerging powers. And, Lavrov, he I would say belongs to that old guard for sure. And you have also the Syrian, former ambassador to the UN, and now he's, I think, deputy foreign minister. So I'm talking about Bashar Jafari. He's also in that same kind of league with Lavrov. And here's another one, the Iranian, Jawad Zarif. You guys remember him? So he was foreign minister until just last year. He's also part of that old guard of proper diplomats. So, when the Canadians are doing stuff like that, I guess Trudeau fucked around and he found out. Okay, guys, I don't even know what to say about this one. This is so dumb. I haven't even gotten to the big ones yet. We're still getting started. Danny says Lavrov is a rock star. Van der Graaf says Lavrov is the Michael Jordan of diplomacy. Very eloquently and succinctly put. Yes. DHB, thank you for the sticker donation. I appreciate that. You guys sent a bunch of other chats. Just give me a second to before we continue, I'm just going to read them. And I appreciate your donations. You're very kind. We've got 1,500 people watching. Please make sure that you've pressed the thumbs up or the like button. It helps the channel grow, and maybe we can knock some sense into people. Not literally, I mean like figuratively. Dorota, thank you for the donation, for the super chat. And Margot says, Richard, please tell us one day which countries are helping Syria now and in what way. Is Russian help only in military area, or do they help with medicines, food, grains, etc.? Thank you. Yeah, so that's a very good question. I mean, the Russians, they have a naval base in Tartus since the 70s. It used to be quite old. I mean, like, it was in tatters, right? It was rusting away, and because of the war, they actually modernized it. It's one of their top bases now, and it's on the Mediterranean, right? And of course, Russia has always supplied Syria with weapons, even before the war. They've had a relationship with Syria for a long time, but it extends beyond that. Obviously, Russia is also supplying food. I couldn't tell you what the quantity is and how much aid they're supplying, but I'll tell you something when it comes to the UN, because the UN establishes these human corridors, right? It's basically a demilitarized zone, a DMZ, which allows convoys of Red Cross packages to go through, or UN humanitarian aid to go through, etc., right? And so Russia has been a big advocate of having this aid come through Damascus, which makes sense because that's the government. The government is in Damascus. And at the UN, they've been very bullyish about this. I don't say that negatively. I just mean they've been very, they've insisted on it. And at the UN, every couple of years, they've renewed this humanitarian corridor. And it's up until now, you've had several openings on the northern border with Turkey, right? So on the Syrian border with Turkey. And unfortunately, I mean, just like we saw in Ukraine, how they used the grain corridor to smuggle the bomb for the bridge in Crimea, and they abused that humanitarian corridor to to militarize something that should not be militarized. They've done the same thing with Syria, right? Those crossings between Turkey and Syria were always meant for humanitarian purposes, right? For refugees to go through, for aid to come in, etc. And yet Turkey allowed terrorists and foreign fighters to come into Syria through that. They allowed journalists to come in illegally. I don't even understand this, because you can go to the Syrian government and get a journalist visa. They've allowed every major news channel that I can think of, not only to come to Syria, but to actually interview the president in his palace. So I don't see, I view that as completely and utterly fair. If you're from a Syrian news agency, good luck getting an interview with Biden in the White House. You see how unfair they are? Or even just we want to go on a holiday, Disneyland in Florida. Good luck getting a visa, right? But they come into the country illegally through this crossing, and Turkey's like always turned a blind eye for weapons, fighters, whatever. And that's not good, right? So that's one of the reasons Russia's insisted on having the aid go through Damascus, because if you don't, then it takes away legitimacy from the government. And of course, it also allows for these security risks, which I just outlined. Syria, man, it's really bad, because the food prices have shot up. And obviously that didn't just happen now, but even in countries that get grain from Ukraine. So you can see also how the Ukraine war impacts food prices globally. It's really bad. It's really bad. Like this stuff should never have been allowed to happen. And if this is what happens when you forego diplomacy. This is what happens. And I will remind everyone that the Russians did not want to join the war in Syria. They were not pressured, but convinced by Soleimani. He personally went to Moscow and convinced him and outlined why it's important. So, I don't think it's fair to say, oh, the Russians did this and that. They didn't want to be there. They the war was going on for like 4 years before they even came. And it was only because ISIS and all these groups were about to take control of the country. They were in Damascus, not a few miles outside, in Damascus. They had entire neighborhoods under control, like Jobar. And, with Ukraine, it's the same thing, because in December, so this is 11 months ago, it's not even a year ago, the Russians are saying, you guys, please back the hell off with NATO. We don't want other NATO members putting their troops along our border in NATO countries in our proximity. We don't want Ukraine joining NATO. So when you go and you ask through official channels, this is diplomacy, right? You're doing diplomacy. And they were told to piss off. So, I just want to say that you see how some countries behave. They actually prefer diplomacy first, and they try everything to avoid wars. And with the West, it's the other way around. They use brute force like bullies, and diplomacy is the last thing on their mind. And that's why I think it's one of the reasons we're in this situation. You don't have any real diplomats anymore. Again, Henry Kissinger is certainly no idol, but the guy's a war criminal. But if Henry Kissinger is looking at the situation, right, he's still alive, and saying that, yeah, this is not good, and you guys should have fixed this in a different way, and I mean, Henry Kissinger, imagine that guy correcting you. Like, how wrong do you have to be for Henry Kissinger to look right? Right? That's just, it gives you an idea of how bad the situation is. Oh, man. Richard Ralston says there's no professionalism in diplomatic corps of the West. Exactly my point. Thank you very much to Margot for the second donation. Margot says, just to say thank you for the truth. Thank you. And Peterson says they let it linger long enough to approve another $37 billion from the U.S. duopoly. Yes, I'll get to that in a second. There's more money coming, not for you or anybody else, but for Boeing and corporations. Yes. And thank you, Hassan, for the donation. I appreciate that very much. You're very kind. So we got another donation from Keith. Keith says, thanks, Richard. Cheers from Canada. Thank you very much. And Hamad Nasser says, great work, Richard. You are so heavily suppressed on YouTube. They have unsubscribed me from your channel multiple times. Seriously? That is really weird. I've heard this from other people as well, but every time someone says that, I can't believe it because it sounds so, I don't know, it's just weird. But thank you for telling me, and thank you for dropping by anyway, even if they unsubscribe you. So I don't know, if you guys are watching right now or on replay, please check you're subscribed. As Muhammad just says, they can unsubscribe you. So just to be safe, please make sure you're subscribed. And thank you again to all of you for your tips and donations. We're far from done. I still have a lot to go through with you, so don't worry. Man, I swear this stuff is going to make you laugh. And then one of them is going to make you cry because it's so cringy. God. Okay, look. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go get something to drink. Just 1 minute, and I'll be right back. You guys get something to drink as well, and we will continue. So don't go anywhere. 1 minute. The U.S. has no power without energy. If you look at the list of top oil producers, the United States is number one. But that doesn't mean anything because the United States consumes more than it can produce. You understand? That's how it is, man. You want to, colonize the planet. You need 800 bases, a lot of oil. So, the Pentagon is the world's biggest polluter. You need oil to pollute. So even though the U.S. can produce the most, they still need to buy oil from outside to meet their consumption needs. And Saudi Arabia is one of their top suppliers. And it's not even just about consumption. It's about projecting power through the US dollar. And if you have the petrodollar, which is imperiled, even by just a bit, it could be just a bit. I mean, look how sensitive currencies are. The US dollar, again, granted, it's not going to be, overturned from one day to the next. This is still not good. This is still not good. There's this new claim from Russia that the Ukrainians are planning to use a dirty bomb. But in a joint statement, the French, British, and American foreign ministers said they reject Russia's transparently false allegations that Ukraine is preparing to use a dirty bomb on its own territory. Zelensky accused Russia of being the source of everything dirty that can be imagined in this war. We have had a couple of escalations in the war. The Crimea bridge was blown up with a truck bomb. The Nord Stream pipelines were blown up and sabotaged. All evidence points to these being man-made events and to being therefore sabotage and perpetrated by Ukraine. The Ukrainians basically admitted that they blew up the Crimea bridge. I have the video of the Foreign Minister of Ukraine literally saying that on tape. And before that, we had the SBU, the Ukrainian security services, basically admitting to it the day it happened. Zelensky as well. What more evidence do you need? It was Ukraine. You have several acts of sabotage, and Ukraine was behind them. Logically, who is most likely to be behind a dirty bomb? Just logically. You know what's actually real? That AOC sent weapons to Ukraine. Look, here are the votes. The 40 billion which they sent over. So look who voted for this. You got AOC. There you go. She voted for this. Richie Torres, who's a Zionist pretending to be a progressive. Jamal Bowman, same thing. Let's look at Ilhan Omar. Yep, she also voted for it. I'm talking about all of them, all these so-called progressives. I don't even know what that word means anymore. You'll have some of them that vote no when they are certain that the bill is going to pass anyway. But when it's not certain, when it's not sure that the bill is going to pass, they fucking vote yes to make sure it gets through. So they're working for the establishment. They help these bills get through. That shows you how fucking evil these people are. They are worse than Republicans because Republicans tell you to your face who they are. They show you their ugly side. It's in your face. It's like Trump. He shows you that he's ugly and what he is doing and what he's going to do. But these guys, they pretend to be on the other side and then they go and do the exact same thing as Trump, the exact same thing as conservatives, all the same, all the same. The Arabs, they refused to accept the 1947 partition plan that the UN adopted. The Arabs, they just won't come and sit at the table and talk, right? The Arabs are so violent. Oh, the Arabs are terrorists. That's all you hear. This garbage, this racist, trash, imperialist nonsense from CNN, from the Israelis, from BBC, over and over for decades. And now suddenly, it's okay to just press on, you know, to keep the war going because it's up to Ukrainians to decide when the war ends. Great. So it's up to Palestinians to decide when the war ends. It's up to Syrians to decide when the war ends, okay? There's no diplomacy with Israel. That's not happening. It's never happening, right? Since you want to play this game. So they'll pressure the Arabs to do diplomacy with Israel and recognize Israel, who's occupying their territory. But when it comes to Ukraine, it's, hey, screw diplomacy. Press on. Here's $50 billion. Here's $65 billion. Bomb the crap out of the Russians. Keep going. Even if it risks World War III. You see the double standard? The 101st Airborne Division, a famous paratrooper division in the American Army that was formed during World War II. Apparently, they've been deployed now to Ukraine's border. They make the Russians out to be the aggressive ones. Listen, man, when it comes to nuclear weapons, I never, show me one statement where Putin is saying, we're going to nuke you. He's not saying that. He says, if you use nukes, we'll use them. And we're back. We're back. So, guys, I just wanted to reiterate my point. The Chinese are extremely polite and patient people, as are the Iranians. So just think how impolite Trudeau behaved, that the Chinese president came like that and called him out in public. I mean, even if it's Chinese or otherwise, as a diplomat or a leader, when you're dealing with foreign leaders, you wouldn't do that usually. But the fact that the Chinese did it, it really shows you how egregious Trudeau's behavior was, that he had to come and personally do that. I mean, that was, I just wanted to underscore that. Diplomacy is all about not just body language, but it's all about things that are said implicitly. And here he had to go full explicit with him. So... one more thing, a tiny correction. Claudia told me how to pronounce that Polish town's name, and I apologize for butchering it earlier. Okay, give me a second. So the way you say the name of that Polish town where the Ukrainian S-300 misfired and killed 2 people is Przewodów. Przewodów. I hope that was correct. Thank you, Claudia. And thank you for putting together the thread. It was very good. So, let's proceed to the next thing, and we'll take it from here. Wow, this is something else. I can't believe I'm saying this. Donald Trump is back. I am not kidding. He just announced that he is running for president of the United States in 2024. This is not a joke. This is real. This is real.
In order to make America America great and glorious again, I am tonight announcing my candidacy for President of the United States.
That's it. That's the announcement. Oh, God. Oh, no. What Trump was doing, he basically timed this for the midterms. Okay, so in case you haven't heard, the Democrats lost the House, and the Republicans, the GOP, have now taken control of the U.S. House. Here are the results. It's 218 seats. So a majority now for the Republicans, and the Democrats have lost their majority and are now relegated to 210 seats. Okay, so this is very significant because, while Biden is still in the White House, the Democrats still have the White House, and the Senate is we still don't know because you still have runoff races in the next months. But yeah, I mean, this is. Of course this is going to happen, man. Of course, because the Democrats, they came into office, they got all three, right? They got the House, the Senate, and the White House. I mean, the Senate barely, but still. Biden promised $2,000 checks, and then he cheated people. He said, oh no, Trump gave you $600, so actually I only give you $1,400. Like, what a cheapskate. And then on top of that, the student loan. I'm going to do a separate video on that in just a moment. But the student loan relief. Where is it? Not one person has received a penny. Nothing. Nothing. When it comes to healthcare, all of these people that we're talking about the House, right? All these people, these progressives that got elected to the House, and some of them have been reelected now, like AOC and so on, going off for their second, third term. Where are the things that you promised to deliver on? You were sent to do a job, and you were sent to focus on a handful of things. Easy peasy. Healthcare, Green New Deal, just basic progressive platforms. That's it. And student loan forgiveness, etc. Where is it? You have to understand something. You can't blame them for not succeeding because obviously they're not running the government by themselves, right? It's just a handful of people. But if they don't try, then you can blame them. And they did not try. As a matter of fact, they worked against themselves and their voters, to be frank, right? So instead of putting their foot down when they could have put their foot down, because people say, oh, it's just 5 people. Yeah, guess what? Sometimes a bill only needs 5 votes to get through. Guess who gave them those 5 votes? It's these frauds. That's the issue. You see how Machiavellian that is? Okay, I don't exaggerate. I'm not saying they're like, playing 15-dimensional chess, but I'm sorry. The behavior is not acceptable. They're lying and failing to deliver on their campaign promises. So everything the Democrats promised, from Biden to the people in the House, they haven't fulfilled a single one of those things. All they've done is give weapons to Ukraine, which really means giving billions of dollars to U.S. companies that make weapons. That's what it means, okay? If they cared about Ukraine, they would have sent diplomats, not weapons. They gave all these billions to corporations during COVID, and they gave all these billions to Ukraine. So 65 billion they've already given, and now they're planning another 50 billion. I want to tell you something, man. I want to ask you something. Do you think if you went to the lawns of the White House or the steps of the Capitol and you asked, hey, please, I'm begging you, can you give us $50 billion? Or $65 billion, or $1 billion for healthcare? Do you think they would listen? They would kick you to the curb and say, go away, right? So whether it's Biden, whether it's AOC, whether it's Pelosi, all of these people have crapped all over their constituents, and they've only prioritized Wall Street and the corporations. That's it. I'm sorry. The bottom line, no pun intended, the bottom line is there is a ton of money, and the ton of money was given to corporations. Not you, not for healthcare, not for student loan relief, nothing. Nothing. That's a fact. It's indisputable. So these people are either frauds or incompetent, and either way, they should not be in office given the circumstances. Now, Nancy Pelosi stepping down after 15 centuries as House leader. The United States is not even that old. You guys know that she had the power to impeach Bush. She did impeach Donald Trump, but not for the actual crimes, right? And there was an interview that she gave in 2019 where she said that she knew George Bush was lying about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. And she even says, like, she's like almost gloating and boasting and gleeful. She says, like, well, I knew for sure because we were given special briefings, right? Because I was on this and that committee. I think she was on House Intelligence, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, just being senior leadership in the Democratic Party, right? So she had special briefings telling her this shit is fake. It's not real. And she said, but, you know, I didn't want to impeach him. What? Yep, she said it. It's not conjecture. I've done 15 videos on this probably like already where I mentioned it, but she just doesn't give a crap. She does not give a crap. And so now she's finally leaving after having made, I don't know what her net worth is something between $100 million and $200 million. Let's look it up quickly. Something obscene. Like, there's no way you're making that on a government salary. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're the president or you're on a city council. You're not making that money, honestly, in government. So, yeah. Okay, so they're saying, again, let's be clear, you shouldn't trust whatever you see on Google. But I'm pretty confident in saying that she's worth around $100 million. And again, this makes sense, right? Because her job is basically to pimp out Congress. So what she'll do is she'll collect stacks of money. I'm not even exaggerating. She just collects these stacks of money and just like hands them out to people to vote a certain way, right? Now, that's called being an errand boy or errand girl, I suppose, for Wall Street and the corporations. And she did that very well, right? You don't get to be leader of the House for several terms without being corrupt. It just doesn't work that way. You got to be a team player. She's a team player. She's leading the team. And so now she leaves with all this stinking money, this corrupt money that she's made. And with her $11,000 fridges, you remember that? When she was eating ice cream during COVID, like people are getting nothing and she's just like flexing with those giant, she has twin $11,000 fridges, right? Very nice. Very nice. You know, I even said this at the time. I don't care what fridge she has if she would at least serve the people that she was elected to serve, right? Like, if she was actually doing her job and helping people out, making their lives better, how could you blame her? Sure, you're the House leader. Go buy a fridge, whatever. But, like, you don't crap on people and take their money and give it to corporations, and then on top of that, just, like, gloat. That's disgusting, right? So I know there are tons of people that were saying, oh, she's dedicated a life of service. Oh, you know, the same crap they said about the Queen. I'm sorry, I just don't see it, you know? What's this life of service? Okay, I guess you're right, but to whom? It wasn't the American people or any other people. Let me show you this clip. These are from House Republicans. So, as I said, they've taken the House and from day one, they are launching an investigation against Joe Biden. Let me play you this clip. This is from James Comer. So this is from the Oversight Committee. Just from a few hours ago.
Conversations with his family about their business dealings. That was a lie. Whistleblowers described President Biden as chairman of the board for these businesses. He personally participated in meetings and phone calls. Documents show that he was a partner with access to an office. To be clear, Joe Biden is the big guy. This evidence raises troubling questions about whether President Biden is a national security risk and about whether he is compromised by foreign governments. Despite the president's claim that he wasn't involved in Biden family business schemes, these photos show Joe Biden meeting with...
Okay, sorry, I'm just going to interrupt him. Can we stop this compromised by foreign government nonsense? No one is saying Biden is compromised by foreign government. He's compromised by corporations. He's just corrupt. You don't have to start like reaching. He's just corrupt. That's it. You don't need to go further than that. I just wanted to say that quickly. It's the same thing with Trump, right? The guy's corrupt. You don't have to start making up fairy tales. There's no need for that.
With his family associates while vice president. Right there behind Paul. 4 different pictures. Committee Republicans have identified over 50 countries the Biden family sought businesses in. On the international side of the Biden family business, the deals were often led by Hunter Biden. And that map there behind Clay shows all the countries where the Bidens had a footprint in international business dealings.
God, that's so funny. Exhibit A, a map. I mean, again, I understand what they're getting at, because you guys remember Biden's son, Hunter Biden. He was basically using his prestige as the vice president's son. This is during Obama years, right? Biden's vice president, and his son is using his family connections, his father, to pimp out influence, and that's corrupt, obviously. But I don't know. I don't know if it was anywhere else besides China and Ukraine. So I don't know. It was definitely China and Ukraine. I don't know what they're pointing at here. But again, I'll just let him finish. Okay, I'll let him finish.
The investigation reveals a family that engaged with some of America's most powerful adversaries, planning to sell one of the largest sources of cobalt for electric vehicles in the world to the Chinese, for example. The Bidens flourished and became millionaires by simply offering access to the family. Among the dozens of shell companies the Bidens set up, there were millions of dollars of wire transfers, flights on Air Force Two to conduct personal business, and meetings with heads of state, all while Joe Biden was aware of what was happening. All the while, he turned a blind eye. Many transactions related to these businesses have raised red flags at U.S. banks. A suspicious activity report, or SAR, is a document a bank must file with the Treasury Department when a transaction is suspected to be related to money laundering or fraud or other types of criminal activity. According to media reports, the Biden family accumulated over 150 SARs. One SAR generated by an American bank to the Treasury Department connects Hunter Biden and his business associates to international human trafficking, among other illegal activities. The money that was being made from foreign principals in the same room as Joe Biden was increasing.
So you heard that. One of the things they're saying is that there's something to do with human trafficking. I've never heard this before, and honestly, I don't know if it's true. I just want to remind you guys that in the run up to the election, so we're talking, November 2020. There was the story came out, right? It was New York Post, and it was the story from the Hunter Biden laptop, and I think it was indecent to post his personal photos. I mean, I don't. That has literally no political or journalistic value whatsoever. But the business dealings, I can sort of understand, because he was pimping out his father's position, like we just talked about. So that is relevant, especially if the guy's running for office again. So it's the guy's trying to become the president of the United States, so there has to be scrutiny. That's normal, and that was not even the biggest issue, because all these people are corrupt. It's not just Biden. Biden's not special. He's actually very, very normal in that sense in Washington. But what was special and irregular and outrageous about this period is that you had all these social media platforms colluding, but no pun intended. I don't even like that word. I hate it because it's become so stigmatized. But they purposely blocked this link to the story, which was of extreme relevance and importance, on the cusp of an election in the United States. So the fact that they did that, and you had this letter that was signed by all of these former, I wanted to say CIA agents, let's just say liars. All these people in U.S. intelligence who were signing a letter saying, "Oh, this is a Russian story. This is not true. The laptop is not real. These documents are not real. Blah blah blah." It is real. We know it's real. It's a fact. Even the New York Times, after Biden was elected, of course, after they've come out and said it's real. So that is what's really concerning. It's extremely dystopian. It's like the truth is staring you right in the face, and they're coming and saying, "No, that's not true. We're telling you so." That's scary. That's scary. And it shows you how they're ready to pounce at anything they don't like and to shut it down immediately. I swear, you couldn't even click on it. You would click on it and say, no, don't go to this news site, because this is actually disinformation or whatever crap they were writing. They make up labels as they go along. That's childish. And, if you have a free society and you have a democratic society and you have a fourth pillar and you have a free press, you don't do this stuff. And you don't allow social media companies to profit, to eat their cake and have it too, because they basically avoid regulation by saying, well, we're not a publisher, we're a platform, but then they go and actually make publishing decisions, right? And editorial decisions to say, this is okay to post, this is not okay to post. And, obviously I'm not saying you should just go wild and start posting heinous shit, but this is a relevant story, and they blocked it. So right now, I just want to finish by saying, The Republicans have control of the House. Trump is running for president, and Nancy Pelosi stepping down as leader. Democrats haven't delivered on anything, so I'm not surprised that they lost the House. It could have been worse, actually. This is, they were saying there's going to be a red wave, meaning you're going to have a wave of states turning red Republican. I don't think you can say that happened because 2010 and 2018 is pretty even, right? They didn't exactly demolish the Democrats. But Democrats could have avoided this by just keeping their campaign promises, which I know is a lot to ask because they're liars. Both parties are liars. But I'm just saying, with Trump, I don't know where this is going because you have a lot of people who are kind of distancing themselves from him. And I know this is a popular mantra which they like to repeat in the media. Say, "Oh, look at Trump; he's so irrelevant now, and he's so all the Republicans hate him, and they're worried about him because he's going to plague the party." There's some truth to that, but I just want to remind you, they were saying the same thing before he became the president. They said, "Oh, this guy's got no chance." And the day of the election, the New York Times they they published this "Oh, Hillary Clinton is like a 60-80% chance of winning." So I'm just saying, don't underestimate the guy. Not because he's like a genius or something, but just I don't know. Watch out. And I want to show you something interesting because this is a tweet from Mike Pompeo. So Mike Pompeo, former CIA director and also Trump's Secretary of State, right? And Mike Pompeo, the day that Trump announced that he's running for president, he came out and tweeted this. He said, "We need more seriousness, less noise, and leaders who are looking forward, not staring in the rearview mirror, claiming victimhood." So you can interpret that any way you like, but a lot of people are looking at this and saying that this is a rebuke of Trump. It's an implicit rejection of Trump's announcement to run for president, right? Because of the timing. And the fact that, basically, he says we need to, he says, not staring in the rearview mirror, claiming victimhood. So basically, he could be alluding to Trump saying that, he lost the election and he was a victim of impeachment and all this stuff. I don't know. You can interpret that any way you like. I understand why some people would think that it's related. It could be. And there's also chatter that Mike Pompeo himself might actually run for president. Jesus Christ. The guy did enough damage as CIA director. What is he going to do? I just wanted to show you this. And you guys tell me in the comments what you think, if he's talking and referring to Trump or not. In my opinion, I feel like Pompeo, I could be wrong, but I feel like Pompeo is one of those guys like John Bolton. They're happy not to become the president, but to basically enjoy the privilege of serving in multiple administrations, right? Just like a scourge, they're always there in the background. They're always there plotting some shit, ruining countries, killing people, assassinating people. And that way, instead of, having to fight to get into the office, they're just always there. And they're friendly with everybody. And just slimy politicians. That's just my opinion. So I'm trying to say that I don't know if Pompeo's really going to run. He might as well just come out and serve in a future Trump administration, perhaps. One more thing I'd like to show you. The last thing, this is Mike Pence. So that's Donald Trump's vice president. He was on CNN and he was asked if he will support Trump in 2024. And let me play you this clip.
First, I have to ask you, of course, about the elephant in the room, which is your former boss, Donald Trump, just announced that he's running for president. Will you support him?
Well, it's great to be here at CNN, Jake.
Thank you.
It really is. Thank you for bringing together so many great Americans, including, I heard, some people from my home state of Indiana.
A lot of them. Hoosiers in the house.
And let me just say that it was a great honor for me to be a part of the Trump-Pence administration. I mean, in 4 short years, we rebuilt our military, we revived our economy, we unleashed American energy, we appointed conservatives to our courts at every level. But in the end, our administration did not end well. And I write about that in my book. But as I've traveled across the country over the last year and a half, one thing I've heard over and over again, whether it's at the grocery store in Indiana or traveling around the country, is people want us to get back to the policies of the Trump-Pence administration. They want to see America strong and prosperous and advancing the policies that we advanced, that left America more secure, and 7 million American jobs created. But the other thing that I've heard consistently is that the American people are looking for new leadership, leadership that will unite our country around our highest ideals, leadership that will reflect the civility and respect that most Americans have for one another. You know, once you get out of politics,
you bring decency back to the Oval Office. It almost sounds like Biden.
You learn pretty quickly that while our politics is very divided, the American people actually get along pretty well every day, and treat each other with kindness and with decency and with respect. And so I think in the days ahead, whatever role I and my family play in the Republican Party, whether it's as a candidate or simply a part of the cause, I think we'll have better choices.
Better choices
than my old running mate. I think America longs to go back to the policies that were working for the American people, but I think it's time for new leadership in this country that will bring us together around our highest ideals.
Would that be you?
I'll keep you posted.
You'll keep me posted. All right. Just to put a button on this, if Donald Trump were to run and win the nomination, would you support him as the nominee?
Well, let me say there may be somebody else in that contest I'd prefer more, Jack.
Mm-hmm. Anyone in mind?
But you know, I honestly believe we're going to have better choices. Literally everywhere I've gone across the country, I've heard again and again that the American people look at the policies of the Biden and Harris administration that have ignited the worst inflation in 40 years, that have...
Okay, so you have your answer. Mike Pence distancing himself from Trump and Pompeo, I guess. And just last reminder, when Trump left office, even AIPAC abandoned him after all he did for Israel, right? He did a lot. He moved the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem. He violated multiple UN Security Council resolutions saying that the Golan Heights, the Syrian Golan Heights that are illegally occupied by Israel, belong to Israel. He said that Jerusalem belongs to Israel, which is also a violation of multiple UN resolutions. You know, he did the Abraham Accords, basically. Again, these countries already had ties with Israel under the table, but he brought it out to the open and, made it official. Still a win for Israel because Israel wants to legitimize itself. Israel is not accepted by the majority of Arab countries. And there are other countries around the world that also do not recognize Israel. So Israel tries its hardest to, legitimize itself through various means. And by getting 2 Arab countries specifically to recognize it, that was a win for Israel. And he did that. So, mind you, the UAE, 80%, 80 of the population are foreigners. Okay, it's just a hub. You know, if you're a foreigner and you want a nice job, you go to the UAE. And Bahrain, the people in Bahrain are disgusted by what their government did. They do not support Israel. And there's Sudan and Morocco also. But I just think it's interesting watching all the as they say in English, right? All the rats jumping ship. So that's a phrase we have in English when someone is going down and all the people around that person or that thing are suddenly realizing, oh crap, I better look after myself and get the hell away from that. That's what Pence and Pompeo and AIPAC did. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I'll just remind you that this is a great day for, I almost said left, God forbid, for liberal media. The producers at CNN and MSNBC are popping champagne right now because their cash cow is back. Donald Trump, the orange Cheeto man, who they'll never criticize for, actual crimes like attacking Iran, starving people in Syria, because they do that too. They are doing that too. And continuing his sanctions and policy. They are so glad he is back because their ratings are going to go up. They're crappy shows that nobody watches because they don't cover news, right? I'm not saying they're bad. They don't speak well or, that they don't know how to report. It's just they don't report. They cover nonsensical non-issues, and they're all the same, right? There are a million ways to criticize Trump, real, legitimate, hard-hitting ways, and they never did it because they support those policies. They're just like him. nevertheless, they're going to find, like I said, trivial, nonsensical issues, and they're going to have so much better ratings and money coming in and advertising revenue. Remember, the years when Trump was president were their most successful years. Correct me if I'm wrong. All of them wrote books. Oh, Russiagate, Russia this, Russia that. Oh my God, collusion this, collusion that. You know, Rachel Maddow had 15 seasons of her crappy show about this, you know, like it's basically like, she's basically like a female Alex Jones, you know. Although I think she's so bad, that's an insult to Alex Jones. But, you know, she had people hooked on this conspiracy theory. That's what they're going to do. So if Trump was really smart and he wanted to screw them, he would not run for president, because he's basically handing money and advertising and revenue and ratings to them on a silver platter. So well done. There's old Pence boy. So let's move on to the next topic. Let's keep going, baby. Oh, man, there's one segment that I'm about to cover with you. It is so fucking cringy. I want to rip my hair out. I cannot express to you how disgusting this is. Words fail me. Words fail me. It's so bad. It's really that bad. So let's dive right in. I've been putting this off for long enough. I mean, like the last hour. Okay, so again, I always forget to plug my own social media, but this is relevant. So if you, what I'm about to tell you, I posted already some of it. So if you want to follow me on Twitter, this is my Twitter. It's at RichieMedhurst, RichieMedhurst. Okay. And actually, we'll get to the blue thing in a second, right? The Twitter blue. But let's go to the story that I wanted to cover with you. Okay. This cringy one. God. I don't even know where to begin, man. I don't know. Breathe in, breathe out. Okay. This is legitimately one of the cringiest, disgusting things I've ever seen. I mean, a real, proper abomination. So, Jordan Peterson went to occupied Palestine, and he sits down with Benjamin Netanyahu, who's basically been reelected now as Israeli Prime Minister, and Ben Shapiro. And they sit down and have lunch together and break bread. Here's the picture. There's Jordan Peterson on the left, Ben Shapiro in the middle, and Peterson is shaking hands with the war criminal Netanyahu. Now listen, Jordan Peterson, I already covered a video a few weeks ago with my cousin. We commented on an interview that Peterson had done with an Israeli ambassador, an Israeli diplomat. And Jordan Peterson, you know, he's a psychologist by profession. I don't know what qualifies him to talk about politics, but he is a psychologist and he's an academic. And, you know, he claims that he wants to understand what's happening in the Middle East, and he wants to understand what's happening with Palestine. The truth is, though, he never brings any Palestinians to talk about their own country and their own oppression. He only speaks with Israelis, the Israeli diplomat I just mentioned, and with Netanyahu and Shapiro, who is a Zionist. So he only gives a platform to one side, and it's, of course, the side that has all the billions of dollars, the nuclear weapons, that has the upper hand, that has, you know, the media platforming all the time. And Jordan Peterson, you know, he's been quote unquote controversial in the past because people say that, you know, he is, and he says he's against cancel culture, right? So he's so brave and he's so tough that he's just going to speak his mind and he's going to speak the truth because it's the truth, and he wants to be the best person that he can be, and he is against cancel culture and he's against political correctness. Wow. Okay. So, you know, Jordan Peterson is so brave. And he's so opposed to political correctness that he went and met with Netanyahu, with the Israeli Prime Minister, refuses to criticize Israel, and I'm about to play this clip, and it's going to make you vomit. And he idolizes the Israelis, idolizes them. That is literally the most politically correct thing that you can do. The people that actually get canceled, who have their jobs taken from them, Professor Miller fired from the University of Bristol, the people that are barred from Zoom, from Facebook, from YouTube, from even speaking, like Palestinian women who are in the resistance, they're Palestinians. Anyone who expresses support for Palestine actually gets canceled. They'll take away your job. They'll call you an anti-Semite. They will smear you. They will make up stories about you. That's actually being canceled. And so, Jordan Peterson is so brave, he did what every single major media organization does. Give the microphone to Israel and don't let the Palestinians speak. Wow. You are so brave. How new, how unprecedented. That is so valorous. I mean, look at this. I actually feel bad for Peterson. I was afraid that he might get a little bit of blood on his suit, being that close to Netanyahu. So let me play you this clip of Peterson speaking to a crowd of Israelis. And just listen to this drivel. It's going to make you puke.
As Jews in Israel, are you telling the greatest story ever told? Well, you decide that by how you live. And that decision will affect the world, because everyone looks here for one reason or another. It's not so easy to understand. Everyone looks here to see, well, how are you actually doing under this tremendous assault of adversarial criticism as this little tiny people in the middle of no man's land in some real sense, as a, what would you say, cardinal model of the nation state and the city on the hill. You have a tremendous moral responsibility, like you have perhaps for your entire history, for reasons that are very difficult to understand. And I think it is true in some real sense that the fate of the world depends on the decisions of the people of Israel, just as the fate of the world depends on the decision of every individual. So you make yourself a shining light on the hill, right? You attract people here because of what you're capable of doing. You show the world what the holy city could look like, because we need it. We need it, and it's up to you to do it. Thank you very much.
Wow. Wow, what a performance. Well done. Well done, what a performance. There's nothing braver than going to an apartheid and groveling on the floor before the settlers and kissing their butts. How brave of you, Mr. Peterson. You are so intellectual and such an academic. Just wow. Wow. I'm flabbergasted. You have taken my breath away. Such bravery. Such bravery. And, he's basically saying that the Israelis are... First of all, I think this is really funny because he confuses Israelis with Jews. I know this is difficult for someone like Mr. Peterson to digest, but Israelis are settlers from outside of the Middle East. Do you understand? Not all Jews are Israelis. How can Israel be 74 years old and the people from Israel are thousands of years old? What kind of math is that? What kind of math is that? Why do you give the entire religion to Israel? That's like saying, ISIS is the sole or representation of Islam, or the Vatican is like the purest. The fate of the Christian world depends on it. What is this nonsense? How insulting! How insulting! This guy is literally trespassing. He is walking on stolen land without permission from the people there, and he's he's wandering around with his chest puffed out and so pompous, and then shedding a tear. Man, you want to cry? You should cry for the Palestinians. If there's anyone to cry for, it's the Palestinians. The Palestinians are the ones that are killed every day, that are arrested every day, that have no state. They are stateless. The Palestinians are the one who've had their homes taken from them, their land taken from them, that are marginalized, that have no representation in the media, that have no representation in politics. You want to cry? Go ahead and cry, man. But do it for the actual people who deserve your sympathy and compassion. And I want to show you this clip where, you know, he was basically walking at Al-Aqsa Mosque. Okay, so Al-Aqsa Mosque is the second, or I should say, give me a second. I'm trying to pull the clip up where he's actually walking there. Yeah, this is the one. So this is one of the holiest sites in Islam. Okay, and in English, sometimes people call it Temple Mount. And he's walking on the site, okay, in the courtyard of the mosque, surrounded by a camera crew with Ben Shapiro. Let me just show you the clip, okay? So this is during his trip. Oh my God, look at them. They're so brave and intellectual. You know, just like they're completely immersed and absorbed in this stimulating conversation of great minds coming together, fusing in the holy city. Look, man, people called him out for this because the Israelis regularly come in to Al-Aqsa Mosque and clear out the place. If Jewish settlers, Israelis, want to walk there, the military and the security forces come with them and forbid Palestinians from coming anywhere near them. I mean, this is like, imagine like some king coming through and saying, oh, yeah, get all these peasants out the bloody way. Yes, clear the area! His Majesty's coming. That's how they treat the Palestinians. All the time, everywhere. This is not even just with Al-Aqsa Mosque. In Hebron, you have a few hundred settlers compared to tens of thousands of Palestinians. And just to protect those few settlers, you have the army there. And again, it's apartheid and segregation. It's disgusting. Like they literally have roads where only Jewish settlers can drive down or walk on. Can you believe this stuff? This is real. This is Israel. So, you know, he's coming there and walking on one of the holiest sites in Islam. And of course, it's also important for the Jews. Like, let's not forget that, right? But he got called out for it because the Palestinians are told when they can pray, when they can't pray. And you saw the videos, the Israelis, they went in and fired tear gas. This year, if you go on Google and look up Israelis storming Al-Aqsa Mosque, they do this regularly, right? You'll have Jewish settlers who go through there doing provocative dances and marches on purpose because they know the military will come with them to protect them and clear out all the Palestinians, right? So just pure, straight up segregation. And then he starts going on this like, he makes this ridiculous video on YouTube trying to explain himself. I swear to God, I have never seen so much drivel compressed and into one compact video. It's astonishing. You know, this guy thinks that if he just jumbles, you know, lots of big words together and speaks in high register, that he'll appear as some kind of intellectual boy, yes? He's a great man, a very smart man, yes? Just listen to this. Seriously, listen.
In Jerusalem on Tuesday, October 11th, I journeyed with a Daily Wire Plus film crew, including Ben Shapiro, to Temple Mount, or El Haram El Sharif El Aqsa Mosque. The entire project had been cleared with the requisite authorities. So there was simply no, quote,
the requisite authorities. You mean the occupying power. The Israelis are illegally occupying Jerusalem since 1967. That's not me saying that. That's the United Nations Security Council, even the United States. The requisite authorities. That's like saying, you know, that's like somebody coming into Jordan Peterson's house and you know, taking all of his shit and kicking him and his family outside the house. And then, you know, I go inside his house and say, hey, why are you mad at me, man? They gave me permission. So I had permission from the requisite authorities. This is his logic. He thinks that, you know, he absolves himself of any wrongdoing because he's saying, well, I got permission to do it. Yeah, you got permission from the invaders.
Storming of the site, quite the contrary. And there was nothing at all particularly political about our activities.
Okay, look, man, no. The fact that you just said that there's nothing political about this shows that you have no clue about politics. Don't go there then. It's okay not to know, but don't use your platform to only give the microphone to Israelis and then nothing for the Palestinians. They don't get a say. And then you go and storm the site that is stormed every week by Jewish settlers, by Israelis, on purpose, to provoke Palestinians. And there's nothing political about it. What? How? Look, man, this guy's either extraordinarily ignorant or he's a liar. And either way, he should not be talking about these issues. If they're too complex for your brain, it's really not complex. Don't talk about them.
We traveled there as part of the completion of an upcoming documentary about the Holy City, which is, in turn, part of a planned series on the sources of Western civilization. When we arrived, a rabbi who had been agitating...
What? The sources of Western civilization? What is this? What? Palestine is in the West now? Man, this is really funny. This is, and he's going to say it in a moment, but they just appropriate whatever they want and make up excuses. It's extraordinary, I think, what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to Canada, and I'm just going to walk into Jordan Peterson's house, and I'm going to film a documentary and say, look, man, I'm filming something about the sources of, whatever. And that's just going to make it okay, and you have to accept it.
For the right of Jews to pray on that site, something currently forbidden by the very authorities who arranged our right to walk and film there, made his presence known nearby. He and his followers were not part of our group and were not given permission to undertake their activities under our auspices.
Guess what? Neither were the Palestinians. God, man, what is this? That's like saying, man, I went to this country, illegally, and I just went in there and brought all my friends, and we took weapons, and I tried praying in this church, but they just wouldn't let me in. I'm so oppressed. Oh no.
Were their activities in any manner part of what was authorized by those who granted us permission to be at Al-Aqsa, to walk and to talk and to film? Furthermore, none of the people with me engaged in any activities that were outside the purview of what had been formally granted permission, with the possible exception of what I will outline later.
Jesus Christ.
All those...
You know what this is? This is politician speak. This is Jordan Peterson unable to negotiate the criticism that he's been faced with. So he starts jumbling massive words together, thinking it makes him look intelligent because he uses high register. No, it doesn't. It doesn't at all. It actually achieves the opposite effect. You look like you're trying to avoid the subject, like you're bullshitting people, and you've been called out and caught, and you're a liar. And please just watch. It gets worse.
Those who are claiming that my compatriots, the Daily Wire film crew, and I were violating the rules that obtain on the Al-Aqsa site in the manner they are currently claiming, that I stormed the grounds with recalcitrant Israeli settlers, are either ignorant of the facts, in which case...
This guy thinks that because he got a piece of paper from the Israeli occupiers that this is permission. No, it's not. They don't have jurisdiction there. Do you speak English, motherfucker? The Israelis are in Jerusalem illegally. They cannot give you permission. It's not their jurisdiction. It's not me saying that. The UN says that. How can you be an academic and a psychologist and you're so goddamn dumb? This guy's a clinical psychologist by profession, right? He has such a big galaxy-sized brain, and he can't understand the simple fact that these guys are invaders. They're not allowed to be there. They cannot give you permission because the land does not belong to them. You stormed it. I literally just played the video. What do you mean you didn't storm it? It's on tape. You're on tape. You're saying we filmed the documentary there. You filmed it yourself. And then you say, oh no, I wasn't there. Wow, man, this guy must be doing like quantum physics level of teleportation.
They should cease saying what they do.
He is both not at Al-Aqsa Mosque and is at Al-Aqsa Mosque filming a documentary at the same time.
Do not know to be true, or purposefully misrepresenting what occurred and stirring up unnecessary and unwarranted trouble in a hostile and adversarial manner. When discussing matters deemed to be holy, and when levying accusations of transgression,
here it comes, man.
I would ask, who is willing to cast the first stone?
This is what I love about Christian Zionists and and Israelis. They think that by quoting the Bible, it gives them the right to oppress, to occupy, to kill, and to just grab any piece of land they want in Palestine. And he's quoting the Bible verse like, basically, whoever is not sinful, whoever is has not committed any sin, let them cast the first stone. Okay, and it basically means don't be a hypocrite. Okay, don't criticize someone for doing something if you yourself are imperfect as well. And they conveniently, every time they quote the Bible, they can conveniently forget the 10 Commandments. The first one says, thou shalt not kill. Okay? They forget all of the things that Jesus said about being kind. And he goes on in the video, I'm saying this because he goes on in the video, to say that, well, maybe I did storm it. And I did it because I was praying. And, I was praying to the same God that the Christians have, the Jews have, and the Muslims have. Okay, that's great. That's true. It's the same God. It's one God. That doesn't change what you did. I don't understand how these things are related. You can't just like randomly quote Bible verses and try to change the political nature of what you're doing. You know what you're doing. You didn't just go to the mosque. This is not the main issue. You're meeting with Netanyahu. He's the prime minister. How is that not political? He's literally the head of the executive. What? I mean, I'm going nuts. This guy is impossible. He's irredeemable.
And I would suggest that such discussion be guided by the spirit of truth and humility. We could all do with less.
Okay. So I'm gonna stop the video here, but it was really funny because there's a part where it's just a few minutes later. Listen to this.
Neither slavish nor tyrannical is to do so in the spirit of true prayer. So, no, I did not storm Al-Aqsa in the manner conveyed by the self-righteous purveyors of serpentine rumor and innuendo. And yes, I did storm Al-Aqsa in that I prayed assiduously to the...
It's okay to go into other people's countries as long as you pray when you do it. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. I understand your message now. Well done. You care to explain the Netanyahu thing, or, you're just going to avoid that? This was the cringiest one, though. This thing where he's on stage and he's saying, like, oh, the fate of the world depends on you. Why? Says who? What does that mean? Why are you groveling in front of them? He talks about, the holy city, and then he starts crying. Like, once again, you want to talk about religion and holiness. All of these religions, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, tell you not to behave the way the Israelis are behaving. So if you are really what you say you're about, you would not support the Israelis. End of story. And you don't even have to be religious. There are plenty of people who are not religious, who are perfectly capable of seeing the dynamic that you have an oppressor and the oppressed. You have a colonizer and the colonized. You're not wiggling out of this. I'm sorry. The moment you decided to sit down with that war criminal, and it's not just about that, right? Like, if you sit down with him and actually, you speak some sense, fine. But this guy's like, he's legitimizing them. He's breaking bread with them. Like, that's the phrase they use, right? They're having dinner. And then he's going and doing this performance on stage. And then he's going and interviewing this Israeli ambassador. And he even said something so ignorant. And this is in the video that I commented about with my cousin. Peterson is speaking to the Israeli ambassador, and he says, you know what? Maybe this comes from jealousy. Like, the reason that all these like Arabs are jealous, all these Arabs are angry at Israel is because they're jealous of Israel. Israel is so smart and so successful and so advanced and so chosen and so like holy that these sand people are just jealous of you, bro. No, you're not doing this, okay? That European anti-Semitism shit is European. That's in Europe. We don't have this problem in the Middle East. Okay, Mr. Psychologist, Mr. Smartass. It's true. In Europe, you had a lot of anti-Semitism against Jews because Jews are successful. They were killing it in multiple fields, right? In arts, in sciences, everything. And you had people who were jealous of them, and they were anti-Semites. That's in Europe. That's not in Palestine. Where do you think Jews come from? Where do you think all these religions come from? They come from Palestine. So obviously, that doesn't make any sense. He's saying that this is a holy city, and yet the people from the city hate the Jews. What does that even mean? There is no anti-Semitism problem in the Middle East. That's a European thing. That's an American thing. It's not the people of the Middle East are Semites themselves. So don't, like, I can't believe he said something so ignorant. Even the Israeli ambassador, the fucking Israeli ambassador did not say this. Like, imagine the level to which he's so desperate to grovel and kiss the Israelis' ass that he's making obscene, grotesque arguments for him. And then he says, oh, I'm trying to understand the intricacies and the complexities of the Middle East and the dynamic, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I can also speak in high register, mate. Doesn't make you look smart, makes you look like a prick. And history, I don't even need to wait for history, man. People right now can see that this guy's a fraud. He claims he's against political correctness. He does literally the most political correct thing, which is to shut up about Israel and not criticize them. Right? That's the safest thing you can do. And then he claims he's against cancel culture, and he goes and cancels Palestinians. He gives a platform and a mic to the Israelis and doesn't let the Palestinians speak about their own country. And then he goes and desecrates a holy site. Okay, well, you can say we shouldn't go that far. He didn't exactly, shoot tear gas grenades inside the mosque like the Israelis do. Fine, okay. But you are in Palestine. Yes? That country is under occupation. That city, Jerusalem, is under occupation. So you did not go there legally or with anyone's permission. That's a fucking lie. Morally, ethically, legally, and in all rationality. It's a lie. It's just not true. So I really, if this guy would just come out and say, I'm a Zionist, maybe I would respect him a little bit, although not really, just for giving it to us straight. But instead of giving it to us straight, he tries to wiggle, beat around the bush and claim that, oh no, I'm just an academic. I'm trying to understand both sides, except I only speak to one side. And I was just there because I was praying. I'm trying to be the best person possible. I'm so moral. I'm so I'm so holy. And you guys just don't get it. You see what he said at the end, like the serpentine. He called people that are criticizing him snakes. Jesus Christ. Speaking of Jesus Christ, did he tell you to do that and speak like that and behave like that? I'm pretty sure he didn't, right, Mr. Christian man? This is again what bothers me. You have you have institutions and people in the West who appropriated things like Christianity, like the church, and they completely transform it away from what it was originally, and then they it's like the Crusaders. What did they do? They came to the Holy Land, right? Claiming that they're so righteous and everything. They have to liberate it. And you know what they did when they got to Jerusalem? They massacred everybody, including the Christians. How Christian, right? So I'm not saying Jordan Peterson is a crusader in that sense, but he's certainly a hypocrite and he has no clue what he's talking about. And everything he's doing is complete opposite of Christianity, if he claims to be a Christian like he does. There's nothing moral or academic about his behavior whatsoever. If he really wanted to be brave, he really wanted to be smart, he really wanted to be challenging, he really wanted to be an academic, he would explore the unexplored side. He would give a microphone, he would give the podium to the people that don't have the podium, that are never allowed to come and express their views, that are silenced and marginalized. The Palestinians, the Arabs. You're not special, man. Everybody lets the Israelis broadcast their viewpoint. It's easy to do that. American politicians do it for Israel. They give Israel all this money. That's not tough. They do it in Canada, they do it in the US. That's not brave. That's not controversial. That's not new. You're no different. You're no different from these legacy media, right? You're no different from all these cancel culture, political correctness stuff you claim to be against. You're no different. You're the same. So that was painful to watch. That was painful to watch. Okay, guys, so let me continue to we got a couple more things to go through. This one's gonna blow your mind. I mean, I don't even know what to say. The director of the FBI was being grilled, okay, by Congress. And I just want you to listen to his answer to this question. I'm speechless. Just listen.
Director Wray, does the FBI have confidential human sources? Did the FBI have confidential human sources embedded within the January 6th protesters on January 6th of 2021?
Well, Congressman, as I'm sure you can appreciate, I have to be very careful about what I can say about when.
Even now, because that's what you told us 2 years ago.
May I finish? About when we do and do not, and where we have and have not used confidential human sources. But to the extent that there's a suggestion, for example, that the FBI's confidential human sources or FBI employees in some way instigated or orchestrated January 6th, that's categorically false.
Did you have confidential human sources dressed as Trump supporters inside the Capitol on January the 6th prior to the doors being open?
Again, I had to be very careful.
It should be a no. Can you not tell the American people, no, we did not have confidential human sources dressed as Trump supporters positioned inside the Capitol?
Gentleman's time has expired.
You should not read anything into my decision not to share information
Director Ray,
confidential human
gentleman's
sources.
time has expired.
What the hell was that? What the hell was that? Look, man, I know these spooks and politicians, they do politician speak. We expect that. And I understand from, an intelligence and security standpoint, you're not going to divulge whether you do have, agents, undercover, assets and so on. I get that. But this guy, in his non-answer, gave the answer. And I want to be very clear, because if you think that this is some kind of conspiracy theory, quite the contrary. If you actually know and understand the FBI's history, this is what they do. This is what they do. And I think it's really important to answer that question. Because they've not stopped talking about January 6th, right? They've said it was an insurrection. It was a coup. I mean, I'm sorry, man. The United States, they do a lot of coups. So does the UK, and they look a lot more bloody and violent than that. So, I would calm down a little bit before comparing it to a coup. The thing is, though, there have been many suspicious stories, like, the kidnapping of Whitmore, Governor Whitmore, right? It turned out that the FBI was involved with that in some way. And I can give you an example in Germany. There's an example where, a case where, one of the agents sent by the intelligence services to infiltrate this right-wing group ended up becoming the leader and running it. So, it's not out of the ordinary to ask this question. And I just want to remind you of COINTELPRO, because COINTELPRO is basically a program run by the FBI. It stands for Counterintelligence Program. And what the FBI would do, they would send agents to join and infiltrate and sabotage various political movements and groups. So these are, this includes feminist groups, Marxist groups, communist groups, black liberation movements, like the Black Panther Party, and even Martin Luther King, right? Even Martin Luther King, they had a file on this guy to blackmail him with, and wanted to kill him. And I mean, I'm not making this up. You don't have to take my word for it. This is very common knowledge, and it's on the FBI's own website. It's on their website. Look, I have this pulled up. This is the first page from their COINTEL program on black extremists, okay? This is just page 1, and it is so disgusting what they have done. It is so disgusting. So you can see they're set up all over the place, and they're saying that their goal is to, let me scroll up and start reading from here. So they say, their efforts of these groups to consolidate their forces or to recruit new or youthful adherents must be frustrated. No opportunity should be missed to exploit through counterintelligence techniques the organizational and personal conflicts of the leaderships of the groups, and where possible, an effort should be made to capitalize upon existing conflicts between competing black nationalist organizations. When an opportunity is apparent to disrupt or neutralize black nationalist hate-type organizations through the cooperation of established local news media contacts. So basically, if we have a chance to smear somebody in the press, that's what that means. or through such contact with sources available to the seat of government. In every instance, careful attention must be given to the proposal to ensure the targeted group is disrupted, ridiculed, or discredited through the publicity, and not merely publicized. So if you scroll down, they can say here how, I can give you an example here how they would harass people, okay? This is against RAM, okay, against the Black liberation group RAM. Where's it? Yeah, here. So basically they say that I think I missed it. I went too fast. Give me a second. I couldn't mark it because it's not actually text, it's a photo. Give me a second. Yeah, so they say here that they were putting surveillance on, they don't even say black, they say Negro. This is an FBI document. That's how they speak about black people in America, right? And they say that when activity started with the appearance of known Negro extremists native to Philadelphia at this residence, a full-time surveillance by police went into effect. Police disruptive action was also initiated. Cars that stopped at this residence were checked as to license numbers. When they left the residence area, they were subject to car stops by uniformed police. The occupants were identified. They then became the target for harassment. They're boasting. They're like, yeah, we literally harass people. That's it. We just harass them. And they give examples, right? This guy was located passing out of, I can't read it because it's blacked out, but I think it says RAM there. So, yeah, okay, he was caught passing out RAM literature. That's what it says. So, this could be books, pamphlets, whatever it is. It's, he was waking people up. How dare he? That's basically what they're saying. Like, don't pass around literature. And then they call other countries authoritarian. They interrogated this guy. He was arrested as a narcotics user on the basis of alleged needle marks. Alleged. So they don't even know if it's true. He was fingerprinted and photographed and then subsequently released by a magistrate. Any excuse for arrest was promptly implemented by arrest. Any possibility of neutralizing an RAM activist was exercised. This is page number 1. Page number 1. Do you understand? This is page number 1 of countless files, right? And of course, when we're talking about REM, I mean Revolutionary Action Movement. So this is a very potent group because, Huey Newton and I think Malcolm X was a member of it. It really formed. It was really a pioneer of the Black Liberation Movement in America in the 60s, right? And I know in the files and officially they'll say, "Oh, well, these were extremists. They're hateful." That's not true. You're going to tell me Martin Luther King was hateful? They had a file this big on that guy. And they tried to smear him as a sex addict or accuse him of committing adultery. You're going to tell me Martin Luther King was an extremist? I don't know a country on earth that doesn't have a park or a street named after that guy. And yet the FBI was trying to destroy him and his reputation. So when they talk about extremists, don't believe them. It's just like to this day they use this to attack people they don't like. And so you see, guys, I can't stress this enough. Look, this is the first of all 23 documents. I bet you this is not even all of the documents. But if you go to the website, the FBI website, and you look at all of the declassified stuff, Socialist Workers' Party, Cuba, Black extremists, the New Left, white hate groups, espionage programs, this is all public. And you can see how vindictive and malicious they are. They're targeting people who want nothing more than to be treated like human beings with equal rights. It's that simple. So I'll just read this to you also from PBS quickly, right? So within 1 year of formation of the Black Panther Party, the FBI established a special counterintelligence program called COINTELPRO to neutralize political dissidents. Between 1956 and 71, the FBI used COINTELPRO to investigate quote-unquote radical national political groups for intelligence that would lead to involvement of foreign enemies within these groups. Again, this is a tactic, a classic smear, right? So in order to justify the violation of these people's human rights and constitutional rights, they will accuse them of colluding with foreign agents, right? They'll say, oh, well, yeah, you have freedom of movement and association and speech in America, but that group over there, they look like they might be working with the Cubans or the Russians, which is not even true, right? And so that's how they'll try and justify this. So this, of course, meant that the FBI specifically targeted American citizens. According to COINTELPRO documents, 5 groups were singled out for investigation, the ones that I just read to you here, yeah? But the one that bore the brunt of the damage, of most of the damage, was, of course, the Black Panther Party. And remember, these guys, this is heartbreaking, right? Because you look at, where did all of these people from the Black Panther Party end up? Half of them were put in jail. The other half were smeared, and some of them even shot and killed, right? There are incidents. I'm sick to my stomach, honestly. You saw that paragraph I just read to you with this guy they arrested, accusing him of being a narcotics user with alleged marks on his arm. They even say in the document, we are just making shit up to arrest people and screw with them. That's it. It doesn't even have to be real. But I just want to tell you something with Huey Newton, okay? So he's one of the most prominent figures in the Black liberation movement. The same thing, they went in and shot this guy with Mark Clark, okay? They were 21 and 22. 21 and 22. The police went in while they were sleeping. 14 police opened fire on them. And then they said, oh, it was a drug bust. Do you know they filled that room with bullets? The walls, were like Swiss cheese. This is so malicious and spiteful and vindictive and cunning and vile. So, I would not believe the FBI director for a second, whether it's J. Edgar Hoover or this schmuck sitting right here. Okay? These people are literally paid. They lie for a living. That is literally their job. They lie and spy on other people for a living, and they don't even. They claim to do it in defense, but it's always offensive. It's not defensive, right? There is no justification for what they're doing. So I am extremely concerned when you have a congressperson who is, who's driven to the point that he's publicly asking the FBI director in a congressional hearing whether they had agents with the people that were in the Capitol, because that would make things very interesting, right? Because I remember seeing videos of the Capitol Police just opening the doors to all of these people that stormed the Capitol, right? You guys remember the video. So even from that day, people were wondering, like, why did the cops let them in? Again, I'm just speculating right now. I don't know if I'm not saying that guy was necessarily an FBI agent, but I can understand why the congressman is asking the FBI director this question. I can understand why he's asking this question in the light of the, conspiracy to kidnap Governor Whitmore. There are too many shady things in the FBI's past for you not to ask that question. That is one of the most important questions you can possibly ask, especially when they're attributing so much importance to January 6th. Like, I would also like to know how the Capitol, this is not some farm or, a shed or some, beachfront property. This is the Capitol. This is the heart of American politics, right? This is Congress. You're telling me they're spending $700 billion a year on defense, and a bunch of guys with some with some flags and I forgot that guy's name, the one with the horns, managed to get in? They just walked in the place? Where is all that money going? Like, no one, I can't believe this. Not one person's been fired. Not one person, has been subjected to scrutiny. I guess maybe now, right, with this clip I just played to you. Why were the people in charge of defending the American Capitol and the Capitol building, why weren't they doing their jobs? This is just too suspicious. I'm sorry, man. There's no excuse for this. You cannot spend $700 billion on defense a year, so that's more than the next 10 countries. You cannot be the richest country on earth and then say that some people just randomly walked into Congress, like they just stormed it, and it was so egregious they almost killed people, right? They're saying right? They say this woman was a threat, so they shot her in the neck, and then they say that, oh, AOC and Nancy Pelosi were fearing for their lives. Again, where was the FBI? Where was the Capitol Police? What happened? I just find this too mysterious to believe. I'm sorry, I'm not that gullible, man. I'm not just swallowing this nonsense. There's something fishy going on, and don't take my word for it. Go read it on the FBI's own website. It's free and it's accessible to everybody. vault.fbi.gov. Have fun. Some really nasty crap you're going to read in there. So, I really can't stress enough how you can't trust these intelligence agencies, whether it's in the UK, the US, Germany. They've really proven multiple times that they not only infiltrate the groups, they even end up leading them, right? What the hell? I'll just finish by saying this. At best, FBI, Capitol Police, the people that are in charge of security at the Capitol building and the nation were not doing their jobs, at best. And at worst, they actually organized this and helped, carry it out and orchestrate it, at worst. And in either one of those cases, whichever one turns out to be true, this is not okay. I'm sorry. If this is as grave as they say it is, because you have to understand something, man. The war on terror was used as an excuse to line the pockets of weapons contractors, to steal the resources of several countries, to carry out neoconservative policies and project American hegemony over the planet. Okay, and on top of it, even in the United States, they told people that, oh, we're doing this for your freedom, for your security, and then what did they do? They passed the Patriot Act so they could spy on Americans without a warrant. Then they started these surveillance programs. Again, the NSA, the bulk of their surveillance program. When it started? On 9/11. They did not waste a minute. Within 24 hours after, of the planes hitting the tower, Dick Cheney got his lawyer, David Addington, and they created the presidential surveillance program, which, became the NSA stuff that you heard about from Snowden and Glenn Greenwald. So they violated people's rights outside the United States and inside the United States, all under the pretext of safety and security and fighting terrorism. So when they used this January 6th as an excuse to start a domestic war on terror, and on top of it, there are some breadcrumbs pointing to some really shady behavior, you should be twice as worried. Twice as worried. We've seen this movie before. Okay, just a second. I see we've got 1,400 people watching. So again, thank you to all of you for tuning in. Please let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from. And I'm gonna read some of. I'm not done. We still got some more things to cover. I just wanted to read your donations and thank you guys for your support. There's a super chat here from, excuse me, from Dorota. The United States screwing people's lives everywhere in the world, and there's no end to it. Thank you, Richard. Well, I agree, but I'm just going to say one thing because I feel like this is, it's important to point this out. When we say, oh, the US, the UK, we're not talking about every single individual in that country because that would be unfair and inaccurate. So, I know you know this. I'm just saying it anyway. We're talking about the people in power with influence who are making those decisions that affect everybody's, all these lives worldwide. So, of course, that means Wall Street. It means the intelligence agencies and the corporations. This is basically the trifecta of evil. And I know a lot of people think that power is projected from the White House and power is projected from Capitol Hill. That's true to a certain extent. But, you cannot ignore other gigantic power centers and spheres of influence stemming from, as I mentioned, Wall Street, other corporations, and, of course, the whatever you want to call it, deep state. It doesn't matter. It's the intelligence agencies, right? The name is irrelevant. And I just want to say one last thing. The people who criticized the the congressman's question to the FBI director about, did you have plants? Do you have assets? Do you have agents in the Capitol on January 6th? You know, it's Democrats, right? And I find this so funny because I remember that to an extent, not totally, but to a certain extent, during the war on terror in the Bush administration, you know, I'm old enough to remember that you did have some criticism, and it usually came from people who were not Republicans, right? It certainly came from outside the U.S. mostly, but in the U.S. it would usually be Democrats. Not a lot. Again, I'm not trying to. They're not exactly redeemable, but my point is that it's so interesting because back then, some of the same people who were afraid of, you know, government spying and overreach and I mean really like violating constitutional rights, they seem to not care anymore, you know, and now it's no longer an option to scrutinize intelligence officials, right? It's actually viewed as insulting. Like, if you dare to talk like that to the FBI director and ask him such a question, a very pertinent question given the FBI's history, that this makes you unpatriotic, or it makes you a conspiracy theorist or a Russian asset. I mean, this is just ignorance. This is like medieval, European medieval. It's just Dark Ages crap, okay? This is ignorant. These guys are spooks. They're spies. They have a really shady track record. That's what they do. And you should absolutely be asking them these questions to get to the bottom of these issues if you really want to. But again, like I said, Democrats are so far gone with neocons now. So it's funny because you have all these people under Bush, like David Frum, Bill Kristol, Colin Powell, Dick Cheney. They're all buddies now with the Democrats, right? Which would have been unthinkable in the Bush years. Although, again, I say that with, you know, a lot of skepticism. Nancy Pelosi was pretty friendly with Bush. But I just wanted to say that Democrats have become so intertwined with neocons now that it's impossible to actually oppose any of this. They are authoritarians. They are in favor of censorship. And they use the same disgusting FBI tactics of smearing people that disagree with them. If you ask a sensible question, hey, are you violating my constitutional rights and spying on me? Oh, you're a Russian asset. This is childish. This is infantile. This is stupid, and it's ignorant. And it's very unfortunate that we are at this stage. We should be progressing as humans, not going backwards. So, just another interesting thought. You should. Again, you should watch out for this, marriage, this unholy alliance between Democrats and neocons. It explains a lot of what's happening. Give me 1 second. Okay. So, we got a few more things to cover, and I just wanted to read... Oh, that's great. We have a bunch of donations on PayPal and someone who joined on Patreon. So, incoming crab dance. Just give me a second. We have a donation here from The Helpful Eye. Thank you for that. You're very helpful. This is from Matej or Matej. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Matej. Donation for your hard work and caring. It's appreciated. Hope I can give more in the future. Kind regards. That's very sweet of you, and I appreciate that. Really, you're very kind and thoughtful. That's. I love when you guys have notes attached. It's very kind. Philip, thank you for the donation, and we have one here as well from, from Zygmunt. Thank you for that, and from Yasmin. Yasmin says, thanks as always for promoting the truth, Richard. Did you see the UK budget today? More lethal aid to Ukraine whilst taxing us peasants more. Slava Raytheon. I didn't actually, but if you'll give me a minute, I think I got something in my eye for some reason. Excuse me, I'm gonna go wash it. I don't know what that is, but it burned for a second. We can cover in a second and have some more things to go through with you. I'm just gonna get something to drink, so please get some water as well, guys, and hydrate, and we'll be back in just a minute. Okay, don't go anywhere. The U.S. has no power without energy. If you look at the list of top oil producers, the United States is number one. But that doesn't mean anything because the United States consumes more than it can produce. You understand? It's how it is, man. You want to, colonize the planet. You need 800 bases, a lot of oil. So, the Pentagon is the world's biggest polluter. You need oil to pollute. So even though the U.S. can produce the most, they still need to buy oil from outside to meet their consumption needs. And Saudi Arabia is one of their top suppliers. And it's not even just about consumption. It's about projecting power through the US dollar. And if you have the petrodollar, which is imperiled, even by just a bit, it could be just a bit. I mean, look how sensitive currencies are. The US dollar, again, granted, it's not going to be, overturned from one day to the next. This is still not good. This is still not good. There's this new claim from Russia that the Ukrainians are planning to use a dirty bomb. But in a joint statement, the French, British, and American foreign ministers said they reject Russia's transparently false allegations that Ukraine is preparing to use a dirty bomb on its own territory. Zelensky accused Russia of being the source of everything dirty that can be imagined in this war. We have had a couple of escalations in the war. The Crimea bridge was blown up with a truck bomb. The Nord Stream pipelines were blown up and sabotaged. All evidence points to these being man-made events and to being therefore sabotaged and perpetrated by Ukraine. The Ukrainians basically admitted that they blew up the Crimea bridge. I have the video of the Foreign Minister of Ukraine literally saying that on tape. And before that, we had the SBU, the Ukrainian security services, basically admitting to it the day it happened. Zelensky as well. What more evidence do you need? It was Ukraine. You have several acts of sabotage, and Ukraine was behind them. Logically, who is most likely to be behind a dirty bomb? Just logically. You know what's actually real? That AOC sent weapons to Ukraine. Look, here are the votes. The 40 billion which they sent over. So look who voted for this. You got AOC. There you go. She voted for this. Richie Torres, who's a Zionist pretending to be a progressive. Jamal Bowman, same thing. Let's look at Ilhan Omar. Yep, she also voted for it. I'm talking about all of them, all these so-called progressives. I don't even know what that word means anymore. You'll have some of them that vote no when they are certain that the bill is going to pass anyway. But when it's not certain, when it's not sure that the bill is going to pass, they fucking vote yes to make sure it gets through. So they're working for the establishment. They help these bills get through. That shows you how fucking evil these people are. They are worse than Republicans because Republicans tell you to your face who they are. They show you their ugly side. It's in your face. It's like Trump. He shows you that he's ugly and what he is doing and what he's going to do. But these guys, they pretend to be on the other side and then they go and do the exact same thing as Trump, the exact same thing as conservatives, all the same, all the same. The Arabs, they refused to accept the 1947 partition plan that the UN adopted. The Arabs, they just won't come and sit at the table and talk, right? The Arabs are so violent. Oh, the Arabs are terrorists. That's all you hear. This garbage, this racist, trash, imperialist nonsense from CNN, from the Israelis, from BBC, over and over for decades. And now suddenly, it's okay to just press on, to keep the war going because it's up to Ukrainians to decide when the war ends. Great. So it's up to Palestinians to decide when the war ends. It's up to Syrians to decide when the war ends, okay? There's no diplomacy with Israel. That's not happening. It's never happening, right? Since you want to play this game. So they'll pressure the Arabs to do diplomacy with Israel and recognize Israel, who's occupying their territory. But when it comes to Ukraine, it's, hey, screw diplomacy. Press on. Here's $50 billion. Here's $65 billion. Bomb the crap out of the Russians. Keep going. Even if it risks World War III. You see the double standard? The 101st Airborne Division, a famous paratrooper division in the American Army that was formed during World War II. Apparently, they've been deployed now to Ukraine's border. They make the Russians out to be the aggressive ones. Listen, man, when it comes to nuclear weapons, I never, show me one statement where Putin is saying, we're going to nuke you. He's not saying that. He says, if you use nukes, we'll use them in response, which is, this is normal. Everyone understands this since 1945, right? Since the Cold War, that there's mutually assured destruction. He didn't really need to say it. When NATO is holding these drills there, I mean, I don't know how anyone can look at that and say it's not provocative. It's extremely provocative. Try doing that with the US and see what they do to you. Try going to the Florida Keys or near Hawaii and hold a nuclear drill with Russia and China and just see what the Americans do. Just imagine the roles reversed and the reaction, and then you can see what hypocritical bullshit this is. Who did this blast? Who sabotaged Nord Stream 1 and 2? If Russia did this, which the mainstream media are saying, why wouldn't they rush out and say it was Russia? Even Biden refused to do it, right? He was asked, do you blame Russia for this? And he just dodged the question because this lie is so big. No one actually dares to utter it because it's lunacy. The only people that are accusing Russia of doing it are the mainstream media because they're dogs, they're lapdogs, and they do the bidding of the governments. You know, they're a mouthpiece for the government when the government can't say it. When the Israelis go and bomb Syria, they don't say we bombed Syria. They say we refuse to comment, and then the media go and just... And we're back. We're back, oh boy. Yeah, lovely. Splendid, oh boy. We have a new member on Patreon. Please, everybody, say thank you to Solacy Rebirth. I appreciate your support very much, and I'm going to play you a crab dance in just a second, again, for everyone or anyone who would like to support the show. Please consider donating just $1 a month or $2 a month or any amount or any currency you'd like. I don't know what it keeps changing at the first of every month, right? Because sometimes some transactions don't go through. But I can tell you that right now we have how many members? We have 828. So that's already pretty good. The goal is to get to 850. So right now we are 200. We are roughly 200 away from 1,000, which is the pinata goal, which I told you about. But right now, to get to 850 from 828, all we need are 32 more members. So I know there's about 1,500 people watching right now. So I'm sure if we could just get a few of you, right, all we need are just 22 more people to join, and then we can hit that goal. Okay, so we're at 828. We want to get to 850. We just need 22 more people. And like I said, you can support on Patreon, or if you want, there's also the PayPal. I'll leave the QR codes on the screen for Venmo and CashApp and whatever else you'd like. And there's merch, of course. I'm working on something new with Mona. I know I've been telling you that for a while, but it's coming soon, and it's in the final stages. I think you guys will like it very much. That Uncle Joe's Rainbow Coalition Death Cult, that one did very well. So I think you'll like the new one too. Anyway, let me play the crab dance for Rebirth. Thank you so much for joining and supporting the show. This is for you.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Trump was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch out.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انت كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro, and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have two number 9. The number 9 large.
we got him.
I told myself, I know it's not.
I've fallen, and I can't get up. Disgusting!
Why you texting? Wait. You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Hey! Isn't that wonderful? I'll have two number 9s. A number 9 large. A number 6 with extra dip. That's great. That's really great. Every time we hit a milestone, we make a new crab dance. I came up with this a while ago, and for the last couple, I've handed it to Claudia, and she adds the new ones. It's a great surprise for me because I get to premiere them with you live. Okay, guys, we got a few more things to do. Buckle up. Give me one sec. Oh, we got another person join on Patreon. Wendy. It's Wendy. Thank you very much, Wendy. Everybody, put your hands together, please, for Wendy. I'll play your crab dance in just a bit because I just played this one, but I will not forget. So do not worry, and hopefully more people have joined as well in the meantime. So it's for all of them. Thank you very much, Wendy. You're very kind. So, have you guys been following what's happening at Twitter? I'll just kind of go through this quickly with you. So this is, I don't know, chaotic. Let's put it that way. It's chaotic. This is a chaotic situation. Okay, 1 second. I'm just pulling up the last thing for you so I can explain this as clearly as possible. Okay. Like I said, I almost always forget to plug my own social media, and since this segment is about Twitter, do consider following me on Twitter for the latest updates. I post a lot of breaking news, and you can also find me on TikTok, Instagram, wherever, always covering news. So let me explain what's been happening with Elon Musk and Twitter Blue, and it's been hectic, chaotic, frantic, outlandish. So basically, Twitter is, well, as of the last decade or so, the most reliable source for news, okay? And when I say that, I mean that everybody is on there. All the governments and government officials are on there. All, athletes, stars, whatever. You can always see that this is also a real account because of the check mark, okay? The blue check mark. Now, Elon Musk just bought Twitter, and he made some changes. And he said that he wants everybody to get this check mark. So it doesn't matter if you're, just a random person who doesn't have anything to do, or who's not a public figure, or does not have a government job, or isn't an athlete, you can also get it. You can buy it for $8, okay? And people have been buying the check mark for $8 and impersonating big accounts, corporations to be specific, and they have caused them to lose billions of dollars. And this is not even a joke. This is not even a joke. I want to show you some of these tweets, and I gotta admit, some of them are hilarious. They're really funny. But this was a tweet from someone pretending to be Lockheed Martin. Now, you guys know Lockheed Martin. They make weapons. They're one of the most disgusting corporations on planet Earth, right? They make a living killing, or make a killing. This is what somebody posted. They said, "We will now begin halting all weapons sales to Saudi Arabia, Israel, and the United States until further investigation into their record of human rights abuses." So obviously it's a parody, right? Because all these countries, they do commit human rights abuses, but there are no arms, there are no sanctions, or there are no arms embargo on them, right? They're saints. And so you can see from the username, it's not real because it says Lockheed Martini instead of Martin. And as a result, look how much money they lost. You look at the stocks from Lockheed Martin, that's not looking good. And it's just because of this stupid tweet. I'm not going to cry for Lockheed Martin, but, someone did this to Big Pharma as well. There's a company that sells insulin, right? People who are diabetic, there are two types of diabetes, but some diabetics, they need insulin or they will die. And the person who basically, this is in the early 20th century, right? He sold the patent for insulin, okay? So I think his name, it was Banting, right? Wasn't his name Banting? He discovered it. And what year was this? I think it was in 1921, right? So he discovered this and sold the patent for insulin for $1 because he said, "I'm a doctor and a scientist, and this is life-saving medication. I cannot profit off of this. It's unethical." And in the United States, this company, Eli Lilly, is one of the only companies that manufactures insulin. It's one of the top profiteers of insulin. And somebody impersonated their account and said, quote, "We are excited to announce insulin is free now." And of course, that's not true, because why would a pharmaceutical company like them ever give away a life-saving medication for free? They didn't. But nevertheless, look at the stocks. It caused them to lose billions of dollars. Now, I know there are people saying, well, this is just a trivial amount because they're big pharma. They'll make the money back. Fine. But that doesn't change the, the importance and chaos of this whole situation, right? The chaotic nature of this situation. It's pretty nuts. It is pretty nuts. And you know what's funny? This company, Eli Lilly, the real account, then posted a tweet saying, basically like, we want to clear up this issue, and we apologize for this fake tweet. And I made fun of it, as did a lot of people. We were basically saying like, well, thanks for clearing that up. Thank God you cleared that up. I was worried for a second that you would stop profiting off of life-saving medication, right? Like how gentle of you. You're so nice. You're so kind. You're so great. How wonderful. Here, I'll show you the tweet. This was this is from the real account, right? After the fiasco causing them to lose billions of dollars. So, we apologize to those who have been served a misleading message. Yeah, misleading, as in like, we would ever be good. Let me show you some of the other ones, okay? Somebody impersonated George Bush. George Bush doesn't use Twitter, but they made an account and got it verified, and it says, I miss killing Iraqis. And then someone impersonated Tony Blair and said, same, to be honest. I mean, this is obviously a very dark joke, but it's not even a joke. Like, these guys are war criminals. Tony Blair was prime minister, and I remember that note he wrote to Bush, this handwritten note, I'm with you, whatever. They lied. They lied and started this war against Iraq and killed 1 million people and created ISIS. I mean, disgusting, right? So I don't even know if this is a parody, because it's pretty accurate. They kill Iraqis and destroyed Iraq. To this day, Iraq has not recovered. Let me show you some other of these a few more of these fake tweets. Somebody pretended to be Nintendo of Europe, and they said this is Mario. Okay, and it's funny because they wrote it accurately. That says Mario, and they said Israel will be dealt with. Underneath, somebody impersonated Chiquita Bananas and said, we apologize to those who have been served a misleading message from a fake Chiquita account. We have not overthrown a government since 1954. So, for a second when I read that, I thought, oh, this must be the official account because they're apologizing for the fake tweet like Eli did. And no, that was a good punchline. In 1954, what they're referring to is the coup in Guatemala. Remember, just the year before, the CIA and MI6, so American and British intelligence, they did a coup in Iran to get back the oil because Mossadegh nationalized the oil. How dare he? And the following year, 1954, there was a coup in Guatemala. And at the time, this company was not called Chiquita. It was called United Fruit, right? So just to show you how much power this corporation had, just sell fruit, man. There's lots of money in that. Because the incoming president nationalized the land and took it back, right? Because they were growing it in Guatemala. They literally pushed the U.S. government to go and coup this guy. Like, just again to show you the unison between state and corporation, which is a hallmark of fascism. I mean, it's not. I know liberals and people pretending to be on the left in the U.S. like to say fascism all the time. They abuse that word, but truly, corporate and state fusion is really legitimately a hallmark of fascism. And that company changed its name, of course, because people found out. So now it's Chiquita, but it's the same company. And in Iran, like I told you, who was exploiting oil in Iran? It was a company called the Anglo-Iranian and Anglo-Persian Oil Company. And today they're known as BP, British Petroleum. So these companies had to rebrand because they were caught overthrowing foreign leaders to steal their resources. So these tweets are really funny. Honestly, some of them are really good. But they're causing havoc. And I'm not going to cry for Big Pharma and the military-industrial complex. But, they're causing them to lose billions, and it's poking a hole in Elon Musk's plan to, give everybody verification. I mean, this guy, he wants to believe, and people want to believe that he's like so into free speech, and he's a very gallant crusader of equality, and he wants everyone to have the blue check mark because it offers prestige. It does. And it's sought after, and it's one of the most on the internet. It's regarded as something prestigious. You have a blue tick, that means you're important, and so on. And so he was saying, "Oh, power to the people! Everybody can have it now for $8." Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's the biggest issue here. I think what I just showed you guys is the biggest issue, is that you have these fake accounts. And somebody who was already verified changed her name to Elon Musk and started basically impersonating him, and he banned her. So, he didn't like it, it was done to him. And after Eli Lilly and Lockheed Martin and all these companies started losing billions because of these fake Twitter accounts, he's paused it. So now this rollout for Twitter Blue, as it's called, Twitter Blue is just a name for this checkmark subscription. It's been paused, I think, until November 28th. So, already on day one, like, you could see the disaster that it created. So now it's going to relaunch on November 29th. I just want to be clear, though, Twitter Blue already existed before Elon Musk bought the company for $44 billion. Twitter Blue is something actually pretty useful that, it let you read articles without ads. You could customize the navigation. You could make more bookmarks. So that was very useful for me because I'm constantly, preparing for work, and I need to gather documents, links, whatever, and organize them. So it's very useful for me, actually. But now he's quadrupled the price of it. And I understood that if I don't cough up the $8, he will take away my check mark because I already had it before. And I understood that people who have it, who were verified before he bought the company, will lose their check mark if they don't start paying for Twitter Blue. Because before it wasn't mandatory. So it's so weird now because he added another verification badge, defeating the entire purpose of what he was doing. If you go to the New York Times, it says official underneath now. What is that? The whole point of the blue check mark was to know that it's official. So now you've added 2 check marks instead of 1 to do the exact same thing that the single check mark was already doing. What is this? This is so stupid. What a dumb business model. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's going to rake in money. And remember, Twitter is a company that loses money all the time. It wasn't very profitable. And this guy is the richest man on earth. He's a capitalist and he wants to make money. Fine. But this is, I really don't think this is sound. There are probably better ways to do this. If you should really incentivize people in other ways, I suppose. I don't know. I mean, like I said, I was incentivized to pay for it because I needed it for work and found it useful. I don't know what's going on now because now there's a second check mark, which is so dumb. And I don't get it. On my account, if you click on the check mark, it says this account is verified because it's notable in government news, entertainment, or another designated category, right? So if you go on an account that bought the check mark, it says this account is verified because it's subscribed to Twitter Blue. And there was a weird glitch because, like I told you, I was using Twitter Blue and then it changed it to say this. It changed my checkmark description to this, even though it should be this, and now it is back to saying it's verified before, like nothing to do with the subscription. So I don't know what's going on here. Do we have to pay for this, or we don't have to pay for this? Can we keep paying the old price? Because I don't need to pay for the check mark. I need the tools so I can do my job. I don't know, man. This is just like I said, some of the tweets are funny. And I don't mean because, they're losing money and so on. I don't like to laugh at people's misfortune. I meant the ones like with Mario and what else was it? I forgot. Lockheed Martini. They're funny. I get it. But I think there's a big flaw here. And I just I struggle to see where this is going, Anyway. Bunch of people have been fired from Twitter or left. Musk sent an email. He said, you have until Thursday, 5 p.m., which is, it's already passed now. But he basically gave everyone working there an ultimatum. He said, the next, this transitional period is going to require a lot of hard work, dedication. If you want to stay and commit, then click on this form and say you agree. And if you are not down to work hard, then leave. And, people raise concerns about that because, it's one thing for your boss to pump you up and encourage you to work hard. I think might have been a better way to phrase what he's phrasing. But there are also people raising legal concerns that, you can't just say everybody has to come into work. Like, what if they're disabled? You know, there are people who have legitimate concerns about not being able to come into work because, you know, since the pandemic started, a lot of companies started, a lot of people, I mean, most people just started working from home, remember? And some of that has stayed, but he said, no, everybody comes to work right now in person. And, you know, people that have disabilities or, you know, who are not able to put in all the hours that he's demanding, basically, you know, they're worried about that. I don't know how many people that constitutes, but Twitter's just got a few thousand employees, you know. A lot of them left because they don't like Elon Musk. So they weren't fired. They just left because they don't like him. And something which is really confusing is the guy who is sort of his PR, spokesperson resigned. Okay, so this is, you know, you would go to Elon Musk's Twitter account and you would see him constantly retweeting this guy. And, you know, he was basically reassuring everybody that, you know, everything is fine and we are developing all of this stuff to make Twitter Blue, you know, really good. And there's nothing to worry about. Everything is cool. And the guy suddenly resigned. Just give me a second. I'm trying to find his name again because his name escapes me for a second. Hold on. It's every single day there are articles like this, so it's a bit. Dang it, what was his name, man? I'm like obsessed and wholeheartedly determined to find the name. Give me a second, man. I mean, you know what? I'm just going to show you what I'm reading because it's so crazy. Like, you can see all of these people leaving. Privacy executives quitting. You have, so that's Damien Kieran and Chief Compliance Officer Fogarty. Then you have the ad sales chief quitting. Okay, some celebrities quitting Twitter. I mean, that's not really, you know. Twitter managing director, but that was 3 months ago, so not relevant to the recent stuff, but still. Eli Lilly, the company the pharmaceutical company we're just talking about, they pulled their Twitter ads after this fiasco. Now remember, you know, Twitter does make money from ads, but it wasn't profitable. It wasn't turning a profit. So Musk's idea of bringing money in is to, you know, get people to subscribe, to incentivize them with Twitter Blue. But of course, you need advertisers as well. And a lot of companies basically decided to, you know, completely pull out of ads. Not all of them were victims of fake tweets, but Lilly's one of them. Yeah, here it was. I found his name. The guy I was telling you about. Okay, one sec. Roth. Yoel Roth. There we go. So, there we go. That's him. Okay, so, like I was saying, you know, every day, the head of trust and safety at Twitter, he would put out these reassuring tweets about how the development of Twitter Blue is coming along, and Musk would retweet him and kind of like to show everybody, look, it's going great and everything. And he suddenly quit. Like he was the face of the Twitter Blue rollout, and he just he just disappeared from one day to the next. That was him, Yoel Roth. So, I'm just telling you this because it looks really hectic. Tons of people in senior leadership are leaving voluntarily, but I gotta say, Musk also fired a bunch of them too, right? So he gutted the senior leadership, right? So he's cleaning house, as they say. Whatever, it's his company. I mean, it's not particularly nice to the lower level employees who are not fancy, heads of departments and stuff, because they'll lose their income. But I just wanted to show you what's going on there, because CNN are trying to plug a new alternative to Twitter. It's called Mastodon or something, right? So there's this new company that has come out of nowhere. At least I've never heard of it before. And it's funny because you have CNN, I think it was MSNBC also, they're like every couple of hours they post about this, like trying to plug it indirectly and implicitly. And, there's a reason they're doing this, of course, because liberal media, again, not left, they're not left, but liberal media, they don't like Musk because just the prospect of losing their ability to censor stories like they did with the Hunter Biden laptop story, and remember in 2020 during the election, that was very damning for Biden. So, he got all his pals to kill the story. And Democrats love to censor and accuse people who disagree with them of being Russian agents and blah, blah, blah. They're basically a modern version of 1950s Republicans. So the prospect of Musk removing their ability to censor drives him crazy. He hasn't even really done it. Actually, as a matter of fact, Musk is saying that they're doing even more than before to, combat misinformation and disinformation. And again, the thing is here, who decides what that is? Because the truth is sometimes deemed as being untruthful, as being misinformation or disinformation by the state when it's not convenient for them. So how can, who gets to make these decisions? I know that Facebook, for example, and which is now Meta, they rebranded, the people that they consult to determine what is allowed on their platform and what is, what should be removed, it's people like groups like the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, which on the surface sounds like a great thing because it's like, okay, we're going to fight anti-Semitism. The thing is, they don't fight anti-Semitism. They just fight people who criticize Israel, which is something completely different. So, Instagram was also caught last year removing posts from people who were criticizing Israel or who were pro-Palestinian. And they had to come out and apologize because they were caught doing it. The Intercept ran a story about it as well. So the thing with Twitter is that, Musk says he's for free speech and everything. And if you pay for the Twitter Blue, the thing is he's going to rank your comments higher, and your replies and posts will appear higher than those of people who don't pay for Twitter Blue. So, that already is weird. Like, how is that putting everybody on an equal footing? It's not. It's the opposite. It's basically pay to win. That's not the biggest issue, though. The biggest issue for me, if he's really about free speech and he's really about, doing a 180 with Twitter and being different and being, and not towing the line of the establishment. If he really wants to be different, he needs to remove this label about state-affiliated media, because George Galloway, who is one of the best MPs, to have one of the only real MPs to actually have ever actually been in Parliament in the UK. Legendary, George is a great friend, and I admire him. He has a label on his Twitter account saying that he's Russian state-affiliated media. I mean, this is a lie. That's a lie. It's a lie. This guy is an MP. He's a politician. He is, a speaker of the truth and a warrior for the truth. And he's one of the best out there, and he's always been that way. And now you're slapping him with this label to imply that he is bought or something. Like, what does that mean? Once again, his show was self-produced, and then copies given license to RT. Literally every production house on earth works like this. If you're Universal, for example, or Warner Brothers, you give the budget for or the producer will go get the budget to make the movie, and then you, as the distributor, will go and give copies of the movie to cinemas all over the world, and you'll go give copies for people to put it on DVDs. You license it. So just as an example, if you walk into Best Buy and you see a DVD about War of the Worlds, that doesn't mean that it was Spielberg, right? That doesn't mean that Steven Spielberg works for Best Buy. Or like, what is this stupidity? This utmost stupidity. It's not stupidity. It's a malicious, cunning, spiteful tool used to, denigrate the name of foreign countries, and then also simultaneously accuse dissenters of being bought or being, paid for, or inauthentic, or compromised, or foreign agents, whatever. Take your pick. And that is a classic authoritarian tactic. This is a disgusting tactic that governments use to silence protesters, dissidents, journalists, etc. So I'm sorry, you want to do that, fine. Actually, it's not fine. But you want to do that, don't go and point fingers then at other countries and say they don't have a free press and, we're a democracy. No, you're not. You literally put labels on people who disagree with you. What the fuck? What is that? Like, who came up with this? And if you're going to do it, at least do it fairly. They don't. They should, if you're going to put, and once again, someone like George Galloway or Chris Williamson, they're former MPs, members of parliament. They are not state-affiliated media. What is that? But, it's funny because they'll put that on Russian or Iranian stuff or Chinese stuff, the evil countries. And you go to Deutsche Welle, which is the state broadcaster in Germany, or BBC in the UK, they don't get labels. They're literally funded by the taxpayer, right? And they have an independent editorial board. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. That doesn't change that they're state funded. They're state affiliated. So why don't they get a label? You see how infantile, malicious, and irregular the application of this tool is. It's all about silencing dissent. So Elon Musk, I don't think he said a word about this. And I've read the Twitter website, and all I can see is that they're still going to keep this label. So, for me, that's the litmus test. Stop the tomfoolery. Get rid of these stupid labels. Let people speak, and speak the truth, especially with, when Musk is putting out tweets. I'll show you in the last days saying things like, "Oh, Twitter is like the open source of journalism." I like that. That's good. It's a good tweet. That is this one, right? It's Twitter is like open sourcing the news. Open source is when you have a piece of software that is not proprietary and anyone can read the code. If you buy an iPhone, that's proprietary software. If you buy Windows, it's proprietary software. You cannot read the code. Open source is viewed as a good thing because anyone can vet the code for security risks, for backdoors. It's just when it's supposed to be a good thing, right? And he's basically saying like Twitter's great because it has citizen journalism and people are allowed to speak their minds and so on. And he says that in other tweets, right, in the recent days. So in the last days. So okay, if you're really about that, you're serious, get rid of that stupid label. And the only thing with the verification system that I would say is that yes, it needed fixing because there are people who deserved it because they were notable and they met the criteria, and they wouldn't give them the label. That's not okay. And there are other people who were not even using Twitter and who didn't deserve the label, who were, the check mark, right? Not the state media label. I'm talking about the blue check mark, right? The coveted blue check mark. And they were given the check mark even though they don't need it, or were not using it. So, again, if you're notable, you're notable. That's it. It doesn't change if you use your account or not. But there were a lot of people who deserved it, and who, it's not about deserving it or, oh, I'm so important, I really want this thing because I'm so cool. No. When you become famous and successful, or a public figure, you need to have this to avoid other people impersonating you. So it's really important because you saw these companies lost billions of dollars. And again, I'm not going to cry for them, but you see, it's not a game. Like, this is actually serious. He should have fixed that and made the system better. I don't go. Okay, you know what? You could have charged the ones that are verified, I suppose. I don't agree with it, but I don't think the rollout is looking too good right now. I don't even know if I still have to pay for this. but I don't like that. Like threatening you, like, oh, you better pay me, or I'm going to take away your check mark, so it's easier to impersonate you. What? That's not. It's not supposed to be for sale, man. Anyway, I get it's your site, fine, dude, but play it cool. I was already paying for this stuff for work, so let's see if he's serious with the state label. I don't. I'm not going to get my hopes up. Thank you very much to Amin for the generous donation. Amin says, hook or by crook, any justification will do it, appears. They're telling on themselves and can't hide it no more. They openly wanting war. Hold on. What was I talking about a few minutes ago? Were you talking about... Because I can see you sent that a few minutes ago. I'm sure it's not about Twitter. What segment was it about? But thank you for the donation and the super chat. I mean, give me a second to process. We also have some more donations here. This is Funky the Great. Funky says, Russia was excluded from the FIFA World Cup because of the war? You must be joking. You must be joking. Seriously? What the fuck? Oh my god, I literally reported on this when it happened in March. It's been so long. This is the dumbest thing I have ever seen. I mean, come on, man. Really? I can't believe this. I mean, one moment FIFA are saying, oh, the England team must not meet with the peasants who built the stadium. Leave politics at the door. And then the next, they ban Russia from competing in the World Cup, the same tournament in Qatar. And that's apolitical? What do the athletes have to do with it? At Wimbledon, which is, one of the most highly coveted tennis tournaments in the world, takes place in England, in London. They told Belarusian and Russian players they must publicly denounce Putin, or else they would be forbidden from competing in the tournament. These are athletes, okay? And even after some of them did that, they still banned them anyway, just for being Russian. Come on, man. Look, you can dislike Russia and you can disagree with Putin as much as you want and cuss him out, do whatever you want. Just, how does this make sense? This is stupid and irrelevant. Why are you banning people from a sport? Athletes. These are athletes. They're not politicians. They're athletes. And why are you banning them from competing and ruining their careers because they have the wrong passport? What is that? That's disgusting. That's not okay. Another thing you should note is that they always say Putin's a dictator, and if you open your mouth in Russia, you will go to a gulag, right? So basically, they're saying it's dangerous. If you open your mouth in Russia, you'll get in trouble. And then they turn around and say you have to open your mouth and you have to criticize Putin. And we want to put you in danger. So maybe, if Putin's as crazy as they say he is, that means these athletes, after criticizing Putin, are going to go home and get sent to a gulag just so they can compete in Wimbledon. So which one is it, man? If you recognize and you insist that Putin's evil and he kills dissidents and he poisons them and whatever, and he shoots them into space, taped to rockets, then why are you forcing athletes who have nothing to do with politics to publicly risk their own safety to please you? What is that? I mean, if what you're saying is true about Putin, then you're irresponsible and an idiot. So, it doesn't make any sense. And the fact that they banned them from competing anyway, even those who came out and denounced them, just shows you what pieces of horse shit they are. So, I'm just, I think that's really unfair to ban the team from coming to the World Cup. I mean, look, man. Once again, you see, it's not just ethically wrong. It's the way they apply it. Even if you were to agree with this these sorts of measures. They don't even apply them fairly. Because look, if we're going to ban, quote unquote, violent countries from sending their athletes to the World Cup, then please explain to me why the U.S. is in a group with the UK, by the way. Why are we allowed to go to the World Cup? What is the England team doing there? What is the US team doing there? I mean, according to your own policies, right, FIFA, we should be banned as well. We're a million times worse. I mean, it's not even comparable. The Russians look like amateurs next to us, in terms of violence. So you see how full of shit they are and how they do it unfairly. It's just, crap on top of crap. That's my best description. Beer and Flies. Thank you for the donation. Beer and Flies says, great job, man. I appreciate it. Chris says, can we have a crab dance for Medvedev? We'll see about that. I got to check his membership. Dorota, I already read those. Thank you again, Dorota. And Zach says, Mastodon is, so this social media app is open source. What the fuck is mainstream media promoting it for? Yeah, it's a good question. You would think that they are completely opposed to that. I promised I would play a crab dance. Don't worry, I'm not done yet. We still got stuff to cover. I just want to say thank you to Ali. I want to say thank you to Francesca. And I want to say thank you to Milorad. Thank you very much, all three of you, for subscribing on Patreon to support the show. And if anyone else would like to contribute, you can donate $1 a month or $2, whatever you want. You put in any amount you like, any currency, and you can stop or start anytime. And I'll put the link in the description. So the tradition goes as follows. Anyone who signs up gets a crab dance. So guys, put your hands together for them. We're going to hit them with the crab dance.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro, and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have two number 9s. Number 9 large.
we got him.
Myself, I know it's not.
I've fallen, and I can't get up. Disgusting!
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
The U.S. has no power without energy. If you look at the list of top oil producers, the United States is number 1. But that doesn't mean anything because the United States consumes more than it can produce. You understand? That's how it is, man. You want to, colonize the planet. You need 800 bases, a lot of oil. So, the Pentagon is the world's biggest polluter, and you need oil to pollute. So, even though the U.S. can produce the most, they still need to buy oil from outside to meet their consumption needs. And Saudi Arabia is one of their top suppliers. And it's not even just about consumption, it's about projecting power through the US dollar. And if you have the petrodollar, which is imperiled, even by just a bit, it could be just a bit. I mean, look how sensitive currencies are. The US dollar, again, granted, it's not going to be, overturned from one day to the next. This is still not good. This is still not good. There's this new claim from Russia, and we're back, baby. So, let's go to the next segment. We've only been streaming for 4 hours? Pff, amateur. We used to do the 8-9 hour ones. I mean, not used to. We still do, man. There's no competition. I always tell myself something important. It's really crucial, absolutely vital, paramount to stay focused on covering news and not gossip. Because there are a lot of people who think that covering gossip is journalism or news. It's not. It's gossip. It's bullshit. You want to hold power centers accountable. Chasing small fries like a headless chicken doesn't get you anywhere or anybody anywhere. I just want to say something. You know that Jordan Peterson thing we just talked about now, and 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago with my cousin. If you go and search for it, you'll find my video. Actually, several of them coming up, which is great. But I was like, where is everybody else? Like, of course, no major news outlet is gonna criticize him for that, except a few good ones that are English language, Arab based, But I don't know. That was another kind of sign to me, like, no. This is very, very important to do this because no one else is going to do it. And I wouldn't bother usually with Peterson or something, but when he's hanging out with Netanyahu, who's prime minister colonizer, of course, and he's talking to the Israeli diplomat and giving them a platform, but not the Palestinians. That's not fair. And if you would just come out and say, "Hey, I'm a Zionist," then at least you would give it to us straight. But you're not, and you're pussyfooting and beating around the bush and trying to play us. We're not buying it. We have a donation here, a super chat from Amin. Thank you, Amin. Missile strike in Poland, attack on the bridge. All these nations supplying weapons and funding towards escalation, not de-escalation of the war. The more you look at the whole thing, it looks more and more like a RICO conspiracy. I see what you mean. Yeah, you made me. I just remembered something. Zelensky has been insisting for the last days that Russia is the one that fired an S-300 surface-to-air missile in Poland, right? So just a few kilometers from the border with Ukraine, and killed 2 poor men. And even though NATO came out and said, nope, it was not Russia. And then Biden came out and said, nope, it was not Russia. And then Poland came out and said, it was not Russia. He still insists, oh, it wasn't us. Again, Ukraine has S-300. And just given the radius, because you have to remember, S-300 missiles have a range of 150 kilometers. So just by drawing a radius around the blast site of 150 kilometers, there are no Russian forces in this entire area. So, and what were they firing at? The Ukrainian Air Force? What Ukrainian Air Force? Ukrainian cruise missiles? Which cruise missiles? So it makes absolutely no sense. And the fact that he cannot take responsibility for this, it happens. It's not his fault. Their weapons, they have something called a dud rate. Whether we're talking about grenades or we're talking about, cluster bombs, which are, one of the most evil things ever invented. Or we're talking about, S-300 missiles. They all have a failure rate, and the manufacturer tests the crap out of these things to establish a percentage. So, I'm just randomly giving you a number here, but for example, you could say this weapon has a 0.6% dud rate. The M16 is far higher than that, but that's jamming. So my point is that it's normal that missiles are errant and misfire. It doesn't excuse that they killed 2 men. But I'm just saying that this happens with every country, with every weapon. And I don't understand why he just can't say, okay, it was us. Why make such a big deal out of it? This is so stupid. So just imagine, this is my point now, just imagine you give this guy nukes And he's been begging. You remember he came out and said, "Oh, we need to." We meaning, you know, the guys, my patrons, the U.S. and the U.K. and all the people giving me billions of dollars in weapons. We need to strike Russia before they strike us. And he meant nuclear strike. And then, you know, it was so. He sounded so batshit crazy. His spokesperson had to come out and walk it back and say, "Oh no. Hey, he wasn't talking about nuclear weapons. He was talking about you know, those sanctions, like as if they had not sanctioned Russia into oblivion already." So I don't know, man. I'm sure he's under a lot of stress. I would not want to be in his shoes, but I also don't condone this like reckless crap. You know, I mean, like, oh yeah, let's nuke Russia. You know, just like plunge the planet into a nuclear winter. Oh yeah, you guys should maybe. I don't think he said this. I don't think Zelensky said activate Article 4, but you know, he was kind of getting at it because Poland could say, we feel threatened as a NATO country and we want your help. And, you know, you have to remember something. Wars have started over far less. It's a fucking miracle that no nukes have been used until now. I'm not kidding, man. And I pray to God that this never happens. I pray to God they need to quit this crap, both sides, and sit at a fucking table like adults and work it out. It's whether, look, man, even the Germans, with all their military might, what happened in the end? They had to sit down. Well, this is World War I, in that train carriage and sign a fucking armistice. And, you know, these are the worst wars in human history, World War I, World War II, and the Cold War, right? So, I mean, even after the bloodiest wars, you have to sit down and talk. You have to do diplomacy. So why don't we avoid killing each other? Why don't we avoid nuclear catastrophe and just get to the diplomacy part? Because we have to get there anyway. You know, like you guys just said in your comments, like Amin just pointed out in their super chat. Thank you. These countries that are sending weapons to Ukraine, I understand. Yes, giving weapons is considered, you know, aid and defense, but not this much, man. Not with Russia. You don't. This is not a game. Okay, these are not toys. One little mistake, one wrong turn, one idiot, and you could just destroy the whole planet. There are many times during the Cold War where the United States and the Russians almost nuked one another because they thought there were nuclear missiles incoming. There's a famous, there's an infamous example. There was a Russian radar analyst who was sitting at his desk, and you know, he's staring at it, and he sees what he thinks are nuclear missiles. Because you have to remember, with technology, radar technology, satellite technology, you can determine what kind of ordnance is being used based on the heat signature, the velocity, and other factors. Okay. You know, if you fire intercontinental ballistic missile, that it's going to go into space and then fall back down, and it's going to come at a specific rate, but you know, in a range of speed. It's going to have a certain amount of there's going to be a specific temperature range from the boosters and so on. So they have ways of telling, right? Very sophisticated, even since the Cold War, especially since the Cold War. And this guy's sitting there, and he thought the Americans had fired nuclear missiles at Russia. And when that happens, God forbid, you have to act immediately. And thank God he did not, and his superiors did not fire nuclear missiles in response, because there were no nukes coming. It was just a malfunction, and I want to say human error, but actually it's the opposite. That guy used his brains. There was no error, on the contrary. And this is just one example of many. So this is a very, very, very delicate situation. And Biden himself, you don't have to take my word for it, Biden himself, the US president, is coming and saying this is the closest we've been to nuclear war since 1962. If I accept that, that's probably one of the only things I agree with, agree on with Biden. Okay, so why are you making this worse? I'm not saying you have to like Russia or accept what Russia's doing, but there must be an alternative for everybody's sake, because this is too important. You can already see the effect that this is having on the rest of the planet in terms of grain supply, fertilizer supply, the price of oil. You know, the whole world is in shock. And I know that, you know, we've studied here on this channel, I've made the case to you that this is actually good for the global south, because it's plunged, or should we say it's accelerated the process of separation from the West and the rise of the East. And that has very good, angles to it, fine. But not at the cost of nuclear war. I don't think anyone in China or Iran or the BRICS countries would come and say, yes, it's good that we are progressing and becoming powerful at the cost of nuclear war. No. Better they go and rise slowly than to have something done so fast and maybe on the side there's a nuclear confrontation because there's no stability. This is inadmissible. It's inadmissible and incorrigible. And I know this sounds maybe a bit alarmist. I don't think it's alarmist. I think this is extraordinarily and extremely and acutely rational. It's actually the only rational thing anyone should be saying right now, which is we have to de-escalate. This is not a game. This is not a joke. The Russians themselves, Putin has not threatened to use nukes, but to use them in response, which is completely different and normal. Any country would do that. And this already indicates we are not in a good place right now. Okay, and never mind what's happening to the Ukrainians. At the end of the day, even though NATO provoked this and NATO backed the Russians into a corner, the Ukrainians are the primary victims. But like I said, this is something that has global ramifications. It is not a joke. And I want to just clear something up. If you took out the Russian leadership in the twinkle of an eye, right? You sent a nuclear missile aimed at the Kremlin. You sent 50 nuclear missiles, and you took out Putin, and you took out his defense minister Shoigu, and his generals, and every single officer in the Russian army, and every politician. You would still end the world, because the Russians have something called the dead hand. It's a system in place that can detect incoming nuclear missiles and confirm that they have landed on Russian territory, and then automatically fire nuclear missiles in response if there's a leadership decapitation, as it's called. You get rid of the president, the generals. Even then, they can still fire nuclear missiles in response, and they will fire fucking all of them. They will wipe out 10 U.S. cities in half an hour. No one wants that. No one wants that. And there are nuclear submarines. The Russians, like the Americans and the British, have nuclear submarines. This means that they are not only powered by a nuclear reactor, which is what they're trying to give the Australians now to provoke China, but they are also nuclear armed. Okay, so Australia is not getting nuclear armed, just nuclear powered. But the Americans, the British, the French, the Russians have nuclear armed and powered submarines. That means these are submarines that are just in the oceans, down in the deep blue. They're scouring the earth. No one knows where they are. This is extraordinarily and extremely highly classified. It's the whole point that no one knows where they are. And these submarines have permission, whether they're Russian or they're American, doesn't matter. They are designed to be sort of a tripwire, sort of not a tripwire, excuse me, sort of a fail-safe switch. So in the same case, if you take out the leadership in Washington or in Westminster, in Whitehall, number 10, and you take out the leadership in Moscow, those submarines will find out, and they have permission to launch nuclear missiles immediately. And they carry several of them. So there is no low-yield nuclear missile. If you think that you can drop a low-yield bomb on Russia and they're just going to shut up, I mean, you should just be quiet. Shut the fuck up. Don't talk about politics. Seriously, shut the hell up. The whole goddamn Cold War was defined by, oh my God, we are going to kill each other. The whole planet is going to be destroyed because, everybody has nukes now and they're pointed at each other. And you're coming in here and acting like that, Ukraine is happening in a vacuum and none of this matters. The nukes are still there. They got rid of a few of them, but the majority are still there. And the Russians have the best ones, right? So if you think they're just going to accept a nuke, you are out of your goddamn mind. The Americans wouldn't accept it either, and they shouldn't. No one should be using these things. Just as a side note, the UN voted, the General Assembly, just 2 weeks ago, they voted that to have Israel remove its nuclear arsenal. They have last I checked, about 9,100 nuclear missiles. Trust me, having one is already bad enough. And the UN, so the overwhelming majority of the GA, the General Assembly, voted to have Israel disarm and to have the IAEA, so that's the International Atomic Energy Agency, which is the UN body that have the nuclear inspectors and the Non-Proliferation Treaty. to go in and, basically sweep through their sites. Because remember, the Israelis have refused to sign the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, and they've refused to sign the ban on chemical weapons. So they have nukes. They use white phosphorus, which are banned, and the Non-Proliferation Treaty. The whole idea behind this is it speaks to what I was just talking about, which is nukes are dangerous. We should try to limit them as much as possible and avoid having countries disseminate them to other countries. This is why South Africa, for example, abandoned their nuclear weapon or their armed nuclear ambitions. Ukraine had nuclear weapons at the end of the Cold War. Remember, it was part of the Soviet Union, an integral part, and they built a lot of those high-grade weapons. Some of them nuclear, some not, and they had all these abandoned weapons sitting there, and they did the responsible and the courageous thing of giving them up. Now, there are people who are saying we should have never done that in Ukraine. That was a mistake. We should have kept the nukes because that way the Russians won't fuck with us. I can understand why you'd say that, yes. But I'm just trying to tell you that there are examples in history of countries actually being responsible. The Ukrainians deserve a tremendous amount of respect for that. And it's good that, South Africa did the same. But the big dogs, China, Russia, the US, these countries are not going to give them up. And it is therefore vital that, we don't back either of them into a corner, because when you do that, people, they make reckless decisions, and it's going to be catastrophic. There's one last thing I wanted to say. What was it again? If you're going to ban Russia from the World Cup, again, why don't you ban the US and the UK while you're at it? The French deserve a ban too, The Israelis. I mean, I didn't mention the Israelis earlier because their team sucks too much to even qualify. But, it's also interesting. The Israelis are allowed to compete in the Euro Cup, which is, as the name implies, the European equivalent of the World Cup, right? So it's still one of the most popular tournaments in the world, but albeit smaller. And I'm just confused by that. They even actually, Armenia, to be fair, is also allowed to compete. But I don't get why why just the geography. I mean, Israel is not in it's not a member of the EU. It's not in Europe. Maybe because they're European settlers and colonizers. Now it makes sense. Can I ask you guys something in the... tell me right now in the chat, do any of you have student loan debt? And obviously, it's a personal question, so you don't have to answer, but I'm just curious, how many of you have that, and have you been able to pay it off? What's your situation like? Because the next thing I'm going to talk about now is the situation with student loan debt in the US. And I this is an extremely troubling thing for young people. And I just want to know, so some of you are saying zero debt. That's good. When you say zero debt, do you mean you paid it off, or you didn't take it in the first place? If you get a scholarship, for example, you don't need the debt. I'm just curious. One of you is saying, I was not stupid enough to become a student. Someone else is saying, hell yes, I'm still paying. Someone else said they have $59K, so $59,000 still to pay off. Someone else said $100,000. My God. $65,000. Oh, okay. This person is almost finished paying it. That's good. 20,000, 143,000. This is crazy. I'm sorry. This is nuts. That you have to, they force young people into this position. This is not okay. So some of you are saying 20,000 in debt, 250,000 in debt. I'm just curious. Did you study medicine or something? Because once I read, I think the highest figure that I saw was a medical student. Right? And that makes no sense to me, because in the UK, if you go and study as a doctor or nurse, they pay for your education. College used to be relatively cheap. It was about £3,000 a year. Now it's 9,000, and man, that might sound like nothing. It's still a lot of money. But just to kind of, underscore my point, doctors and nurses are so sought after and highly coveted that the government just does not make you pay anything. But you have to work for the NHS, right? The National Health Service. That's part of the deal. One of you said, I'm 70 years old and I still owe 25K. My girlfriend has 58K. I paid off 60K. One of you said 0, 20K. At least 80,000 between us, both. And husband is nearly 70 years old. We will never pay this off. Okay, so sadly, I'm not a medical student. That would make sense. I mean, I don't care what you're studying. Like, no one should have to take on this debt. This is outrageous. It is a fucking scam. I don't mean getting an education is bad. No. It's just they are scamming and exploiting people trying to get an education. That is the fucking problem. I'll save my rant for in a minute. Let me go through the the stuff I wanted through the news, and then I will let loose. Like, I don't have student loan debt, and I'm angry on your behalf. I'm fucking pissed off. Same goes for people with medical debt. What is that? That should be criminal. That is something so barbaric. It sounds like something from the Middle Ages, right? Medical debt. What do you mean medical debt? Like, you have to pay because you were sick? What the hell is that? Disgusting. You would think these big pharma companies and all of them are like, they're so broke that they can't afford to. They're stinking rich. They could pay for everyone's medical debt and still have money to boot. So, okay, let me go through this, guys, because this is scandalous. This is absolutely scandalous. So, please just give me 1 minute to drink some water, and I'll be right back. So don't go anywhere. Just 1 minute. You guys get something to drink, and then we're going to dive right into it, okay? Just a minute. The U.S. has no power without energy. If you look at the list of top oil producers, the United States is number 1. But that doesn't mean anything, because the United States consumes more than it can produce. You understand? That's how it is, man. You want to, colonize the planet. You need 800 bases, a lot of oil. So, the Pentagon is the world's biggest polluter. And you need oil to pollute. So, even though the U.S. can produce the most, they still need to buy oil from outside to meet their consumption needs. And Saudi Arabia is one of their top suppliers. And it's not even just about consumption. It's about projecting power through the US dollar. And if you have the petrodollar, which is imperiled, even by just a bit, it could be just a bit. I mean, look how sensitive currencies are. The US dollar, again, granted, it's not going to be, overturned from one day to the next. This is still not good. This is still not good. There's this new claim from Russia that the Ukrainians are planning to use a dirty bomb. But in a joint statement, the French, British, and American foreign ministers said they reject Russia's transparently false allegations that Ukraine is preparing to use a dirty bomb on its own territory. Zelensky accused Russia of being the source of everything dirty that can be imagined in this war. We have had a couple of escalations in the war. The Crimea bridge was blown up with a truck bomb. The Nord Stream pipelines were blown up and sabotaged. All evidence points to these being man-made events and to being therefore sabotaged and perpetrated by Ukraine. The Ukrainians basically admitted that they blew up the Crimea bridge. I have the video of the Foreign Minister of Ukraine literally saying that on tape. And before that, we had the SBU, the Ukrainian security services, basically admitting to it the day it happened. Zelensky as well. What more evidence do you need? It was Ukraine. You have several acts of sabotage, and Ukraine was behind them. Logically, who is most likely to be behind a dirty bomb? Just logically. You know what's actually real? That AOC sent weapons to Ukraine. Look, here are the votes. The 40 billion which they sent over. So look who voted for this. You got AOC. There you go. She voted for this. Richie Torres, who's a Zionist pretending to be a progressive. Jamal Bowman, same thing. Let's look at Ilhan Omar. Yep, she also voted for it. I'm talking about all of them, all these so-called progressives. I don't even know what that word means anymore. You'll have some of them that vote no when they are certain that the bill is going to pass anyway. But when it's not certain, when it's not sure that the bill is going to pass, they fucking vote yes to make sure it gets through. So they're working for the establishment. They help these bills get through. That shows you how fucking evil these people are. They are worse than Republicans because Republicans tell you to your face who they are. They show you their ugly side. It's in your face. It's like Trump. He shows you that he's ugly and what he is doing and what he's going to do. But these guys, they pretend to be on the other side and then they go and do the exact same thing as Trump, the exact same thing as conservatives. All the same. All the same. The Arabs, they refused to accept the 1947 partition plan that the UN adopted. The Arabs, they just won't come and sit at the table and talk, right? The Arabs are so violent. Oh, the Arabs are terrorists. That's all you hear. This garbage, this racist, trash, imperialist nonsense from CNN, from the Israelis, from BBC, over and over for decades. And now suddenly, it's okay to just press on, you know, to keep the war going because it's up to Ukrainians to decide when the war ends. Great. So it's up to Palestinians to decide when the war ends. It's up to Syrians to decide when the war ends, okay? There's no diplomacy with Israel. That's not happening. It's never happening, right? Since you want to play this game. So they'll pressure the Arabs to do diplomacy with Israel and recognize Israel, who's occupying their territory. But when it comes to Ukraine, it's, hey, screw diplomacy. Press on. Here's $50 billion. Here's $65 billion. Bomb the crap out of the Russians. Keep going, even if it risks World War III. You see the double standard? It is I. So, let's proceed. Sound like a professor starting a lecture. Hear me out. I know Joe Biden and the Democrats pretend to care about forgiving student loan debt, which is the bubble is around $1.67 trillion now. I mean, it's completely obscene, not to mention immoral and unethical. And a lot of people young people came out to vote for the Democrats now in the midterms. And again, they lost the House, right? But they weren't wiped out as some people had projected with this quote-unquote red wave, which also did not materialize. I'll get into why in a second. But this was a promise from progressives, AOC, Ilhan Omar, who got into Congress years ago. They said, we're going to get you health care, we're going to get you free college, we're going to protect the environment, we're going to do all the nice things that all our allies do, right? Allies of the U.S. Basic things, right? Nothing special or communist, whatever they. And Joe Biden himself underscored and underlined, pointed out the importance of the young voter or youth turnout in the midterms just a few days ago. Let me play you this clip.
And I especially want to thank the young people of this nation who, I'm told, I haven't seen the numbers, voted historic numbers again. And just as they did 2 years ago. They voted to continue addressing the climate crisis, gun violence, their personal rights and freedoms, and the student debt relief. Last night, I was pleased to call Maxwell Frost, a 25-year-old who got elected, I guess the youngest man ever elected to the United States Congress. And I told him that I was the first elected, the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate at 29. That I have no doubt he's off to an incredible start and what I'm sure will be a long, distinguished career. And when he's president and they say Joe Biden's out in the outer office, I know I'm going to say Joe who. And I especially want to thank the young people of this nation.
Okay, so don't take my word for it. Biden said it himself. And, this is very egregious and dishonest what they've been doing. They've been playing games with people. You remember when Biden was running for president, he said, I'm going to give everybody $2,000 checks. He lied. He said, Trump gave you $600 in December. So, now I'm going to give you just $1,400, which equals $2,000 in total. Like, what are you trying to rip off your own demographic? The people who put you in office? What is that? What a cheapskate. And then, of course, they played this game with the minimum wage, raising the minimum wage, right? They voted for it in the House, and then they sent it to the Senate, this omnibus, earlier in the year, and then the Senate removed it and sent it back to the House right, to approve the changes. And the same people like AOC who pretend to be in favor of raising the minimum wage to $15, which if you adjust for inflation is still not enough. But even these crumbs, you know what happened when it bounced back to the House with the minimum wage removed? They voted for it, which again shows you how nefarious and two-faced they are. And so people, young people, came out in the midterms and saved the Democrats from a humiliating defeat, and they're not getting anything. This promise, dangling this carrot of, oh, we're going to get you a student loan debt relief. I mean, it's a scam. If you look at the plan, it's not even, I mean, to call it crumbs is already, giving it too much importance. Look at this. This only applies to people who earn less than $125,000 a year. Okay, so they'll give you $20,000 if you went to college on Pell Grants, or $10,000 if you didn't receive Pell Grant. I don't see how that helps anyone, because even if you're making, let's say, you're making $126,000 a year, why should you be saddled with an amount of debt that is equal to or greater than your yearly salary for the rest of your life for the crime of getting an education, which everybody told you to go do so you can make your way in life and pull yourself up by the bootstraps, right? Which they love to say. So, number one, my point is that this bracket is so narrow that they're already just giving you crumbs. So, if you make less than $125,000, instead of wiping out the whole thing, you just get $20,000. But that's not even happening. Let me explain to you what Joe Biden did. Biden tried to push this plan through, knowing that this would be struck down in Texas, as it did happen by a Trump-appointed judge, right? So now they're putting the blame on Trump. This orange Cheeto man, he's so evil and Machiavellian. He like planned in advance to put these judges everywhere so that, he could prevent us from doing these things that we swear we want to do because we love you and we're so honest, right? No. I'm sorry. This is not acceptable. The Office of Legal Counsel in the Justice Department are not fools. They do this for a living. They know exactly where this is going to go and who's going to strike it down and what chances it stands in court. This is their job. This is their field. They, instead of tying this to the Higher Education Act from the 1960s, you know what they did? The Biden administration used COVID and the war on terror as their legal basis, their legal argument to forgive student loan debt. What the hell? Yeah. So the legislation that they relied upon is called the HEROES Act, and it's from 2003. So it's just, on the cusp of the Iraq War. It's about a year into the war on terror. And you can get anything through Congress, right? Like, everybody's united. Oh, we got to fight those bearded Arabs in caves, and we got to do this, we got to do that. Patriot Act, okay. Mass surveillance, okay. We want to go to war with Iraq, okay. Afghanistan, okay. Let's just do whatever we want. Democrats, Republicans, all of them. And the HEROES Act basically says that if there's a national emergency that would put people in a worse off situation, students in a worse off situation, then it's okay to take executive action and in this case cancel or alleviate some of their debt. And Biden's argument was that, well, look, COVID is a national emergency. Yeah, it is. It's a global one, actually, right? So I understand that, but the way that this was interpreted in court is you have different schools of thought in the legal field, which is we are going to interpret the law exactly as it is written, or we will interpret the law in accordance and in tandem with the context of the situation. Okay, and so it was struck down because instead of taking into context the fact that you had a global pandemic and it didn't just screw over students. Many people lost their jobs. They couldn't go to work. I don't need to explain this to you, but many people were worse off as a result, not just in the US. The corporations weren't, though, right? They got billions. Don't worry about them. They're always taken care of. Remember, Biden and all the people in Congress, they do their service. It's just they don't serve you. They serve corporations. So the logic was that, look, we had a national emergency and it left students worse off. So we can do this and will do this. And of course, without taking the context into account, there was one page, literally one page out of 25 pages, I think, in the whole document that explained the relevance of doing this through the HEROES Act. And it failed. And they knew it would fail. They knew it. If Biden really wanted to do it this way, he shouldn't have done this now. He's been in office how long now? Almost 2 years, right? We are in November 2022. In 2 months, Biden will have been president for 2 years. I think we can all agree that the pandemic situation was much worse a year ago, or when he took office, right? People were even saying, hey, Trump messed this up, so please come in and fix what he did, and we need a real adult in the room and all this stuff. So why didn't he forgive the student loan debt when we were at the peak of the crisis? Right? Because that's his argument. It's not mine. It's his in court. He's saying we have a crisis. Okay, so why did you wait until fall 2022? I never say fall, I say autumn. But that's already a telltale sign number one. Number two, there is, as I said, the Higher Education Act. Okay, so this is from 1965, I believe. This is a much more sound legal basis for Biden to cancel or alleviate student loan debt if he was really intent and determined upon doing so. Okay, on doing that. And so they did not take the sounder legislation and legal basis. They just discarded it and took something wonky and flaky and shaky and unreliable, and they knew it would not stand in court. And this is to be expected because Joe Biden, his whole career since he was in Congress, long before he became president, he has said, even on tape, he says, I wanted to prostitute myself to the corporations and the people who fund DC, right? But he said I wasn't I didn't have a senior enough position in government or something like that, So he's openly saying, yeah, that's who I work. And you can see from his track record, this guy with the crime 94 crime bill. What did he do? He put tons of people in jail for nonviolent crimes with this three strikes law bullshit, and ruined countless communities, countless families. And who benefits from that? The private prison industry in the United States. They have made a literal killing off of this. The United States is the largest prison population on earth. You can thank Joe Biden, among other people, for contributing to that. The idea that you can own a prison is already sick. I don't even know. And the banks, the credit cards. Biden was a senator from Delaware. Delaware is known as the, quote unquote, tax haven of the U.S. So you have a lot of companies that are headquartered in Delaware. So this guy knows the ins and outs. You don't become the senator in Delaware and not know what's going on. Just remember with Obama, what did they do as soon as they got into office? They bailed out all the banks. They bailed out Wall Street after these criminals and crooks ruined millions of people's livelihoods and homes and crashed the world economy. So, Biden, whatever period of his career you look at, VP, senator, president, he's always taking care of his clientele, or should I say his patrons, right? He's always taking care of his buddies in the private sector, whether it's the military-industrial complex. Remember supporting the Iraq War, helping to push for the Iraq War in 98 already. The credit cards, the banks, all of this. So if you think Joe Biden suddenly had a change of heart and he had an epiphany and suddenly fucking decided to be some angel who wants to forgive student loan debt, you are nuts. You are politically and historically illiterate, and you are gullible. Joe Biden is as crooked as they come. I'm not saying he's especially worse than Trump. They're both the same crap. They're the same. And they knew that this would not stand in court. If I know this, you think the fucking lawyers at the Justice Department don't know this? Grow up. So even the Guardian pointed this out, right? Look at this. They go through how it's the youth, it's the young voter turnout that saved Democrats in the midterms, although, again, they lost the House. But nevertheless, they came out and they voted because they were promised something for their vote. You should always, you shouldn't just give people your vote for free because they say the other guy is a monster. They're both monsters. So make sure you get something from those monsters for your vote if you vote for them. So we've established that young people saved the day. And if you want to look at the tally, remember it's 218 for the GOP, 218 seats, 211 for Democrats. But I want to go down and show you here what they wrote about the percentages. So according to the Center for Information and Research on Civic Learning and Engagement, Circle, an estimated 27% of U.S. youth aged between 18 and 29, so these are people who are in college, cast their ballot in this year's midterm election. That makes it the second highest youth turnout in any midterm vote in history, which generally have lower turnouts than presidential election cycles. There were nearly 52 million eligible votes in the age group in the U.S. in 2022. So again, it's not 90%, but it's still the second highest in history. So you can definitely see from the data that this is not just conjecture, it's actually backed up by data, right? The age group has considerably more Democratic voters than any other. Okay, so voters are split between parties in the 30 to 44 demographic and increasingly favoring Republicans in the 45 to 64 and 65 plus demographic. So basically they're saying the older you get, the more the older the demographic, the more you'll find they vote for Republican. But that doesn't change the fact that you had the highest youth turnout who vote Democrat mostly. Okay, so while Tuesday's youth turnout was far behind the 2020 presidential election, which saw more than half of the age group cast a ballot, young people were particularly influential in several key races, data shows. So here's a tweet from Victor Shee. Says, we can't talk about John Fetterman without talking about the youth vote. So this is the guy that beat Dr. Oz, right? And he's in favor of student loan cancellation. And he did a very nice photo op with the war criminal Barack Obama, right? The drone reaper. Anyway, he, let me just read the tweet. He said, we can't talk about John Fetterman without talking about the youth vote. Almost 79% of young people voted for Democrats. They voted for Democrats in the early vote, and more than 70% of young people voted for Democrats based off PA exit polls. So young voters basically helped turn Pennsylvania blue. That's just one state as an example, okay? So if you have any doubts about what Biden is saying, or what Fetterman is saying, or what The Guardian is saying, it's backed up by data, okay? And I feel sorry. I feel sorry for all these people who came out to vote because you've been tricked and duped, and I'm not saying Republicans are any better, not by a long shot, but Democrats are this is the white liberal that Malcolm X warned us about. It's the wolf in sheep's clothing. These motherfuckers, they come and befriend people of color, they befriend young people, they befriend minorities, and pretend to care about them just so they can get their support and make themselves look good. They are no different from the Republicans. I mean, just from foreign policy alone, you can see how hawkish and neoconservative they're fucking indistinguishable. I can tell you one thing, man, those bombs that are falling on Syria, on Libya, on Afghanistan, on Iraq, there was no difference for anyone there, whether they were Democrat or Republican. They were the same bombs from the same companies from the same country. And the extent of this corruption and similarity between not two parties, they are two wings of a one-party state, is so extensive that, even the people in the United States who, if this is the biggest empire, well, the British Empire is the largest in history, but the torch was handed over to the Americans. If this is the most powerful and richest country on earth, and there are 800 military bases everywhere, and there are resources being stolen, and there are coups and election meddling being carried out, and all of this money is being spent on defense and to influence other countries and just take control and spread American hegemony, I guess it would maybe be a tiny bit less worse, so it would be a bit more acceptable if you could say, well, at least the American people are living good from all of these disgusting crimes, which obviously you would not say, but even that is not true. So they not only, these corporations, these scammers who exploit students, who exploit homeowners, who exploit workers, you name it, they not only do it at the expense of other countries and other people outside the U.S., they even do it at the expense of their own citizens, which shows you how disgusting they are. They have no sense of right or wrong or camaraderie or nothing. So Let me show you a tweet, by the way. This is from... actually, let me just finish from The Guardian, and then I'll go to the tweet, which is very good. So The Guardian say that, Biden has the power to cancel student loan debt, okay? As things stand, his debt relief plan is sabotaged by bad faith litigation. In other words, that means very crappy legal arguments, which I outlined before. While the president has rightly blasted the Republicans behind these lawsuits to block the student loan relief, the real story is more complicated. Biden could have directed the education secretary to cancel people's debts using the quote-unquote Compromise and Settlement Authority granted in the Higher Education Act of 1965. See, that's exactly what I was talking about just now. But instead, his administration invoked a different and more limited legal authority. It was this limited authority that the Texas judge formally took issue with, right? The Trump-appointed judge. So they go on to say in the article that the Biden administration also chose to make borrowers apply for the program instead of automatically issuing cancellation. A slow-moving process that bought their billionaire-backed opponents valuable time to cook up legal arguments, find plaintiffs, and line their cases up with sympathetic Trump-appointed judges poised to toe the conservative line. The White House needs to learn from its mistakes and play hardball. Biden could knock the legs out from under these cynical lawsuits tomorrow by extinguishing all federal student loans immediately and permanently using Compromise and Settlement Authority. Now that would generate some real energy and enthusiasm. This month, young people held up their end of the bargain. Now Biden must honor his. Again, I'm amused. I'm amused by the. It's a good article, but I'm amused by the author's optimism and faith that Democrats have any moral compass or care about being better than Republicans. It's funny because even in the same breath, while saying, "Hey, you guys, here's a sentence. I just read it to you, right?" So they say that basically, Trump-appointed judges poised to toe the conservative line. You're saying it's a conservative line to bar people from, having their student loans forgiven. Well, no, it's also a Democrat position. You're literally pointing this out. The whole article is about how they're not fucking doing what they promise. So what's the difference? Is it really conservative, or is it both? Apparently, it's both. If you look at the bottom line, at the end result, it's literally the same. So I don't see how this has anything to do with Trump or conservatives. It's both of them. They are literally proving that as we speak and conning people. Let me read you. These are some good tweets from Habibi, from Colin. I hope you're watching, brother. So this is what Colin wrote. He said that if Biden really wanted to forgive student loan debt, remember, Colin is a teacher. Okay, so. He feels especially about this issue, and as do I, right? Even though I don't have student loan debt, I still feel for you guys. So, but again, this is what Colin said. It says, if Biden really wanted to forgive student loan debt under EO, he would have done it sooner. He used the HEROES Act instead so he used the HEROES Act instead of the Higher Education Act. So the HEROES Act is, again, the 2003 thing after 9/11, and Higher Education Act 1965. So he used the HEROES Act instead of the Higher Education Act as the basis of forgiving student debt, knowing that it would go to court. This is a con to force people to vote Democrat. I could not agree more, Habibi. I mean, I have literally nothing to add. That's it. That's it. And, I find this excruciating and abhorrent and extraordinarily egregious to listen to when people say, "Oh my God, it was a Trump-appointed lawyer." Man, fuck Trump. If you know that there's a risk of a Trump-appointed lawyer striking it down, why the fuck did you rely on a legal argument that you know he's going to strike down? Then at best, you're incompetent, and at worst, you are literally no different. And, that's the whole point. Democrats, Republicans, there's no difference. And it's astonishing. You can take any goddamn subject, and I can't find anything but minimal differences, if any. And And I think it's important to point this out. Colin also wrote this, that the United States Senate, so this is, again, just 2 days ago, they voted to end national emergency for COVID-19. It now goes to the House. Why is this related? Colin says, forget any type of student loan forgiveness then. Right, so you see the problem here? The Biden administration says, let's cancel student loan debt because the national emergency, COVID, has left students worse off. And that's why we should alleviate some of their debt. And yet, at the same time, the Congress is moving forward to say there is no more national emergency. So this shows you, this basically makes it twice as worse and shows you how finicky of an argument this entire legal application was. Do you understand? So the only conclusion you can draw from this is that the lawyers are either idiots or they are complicit, and I don't think they're idiots. Oh, they're very smart. They know exactly what the fuck they're doing. These people literally game the system for a living. There's Biden dangling federal student loan debt in front of, I mean, I don't see how this correlates to young people, but yeah. I think the whole premise and idea of making people fork up, $100,000, $200,000 for getting a diploma is outrageous. This is outrageous. I mean, look, the United States is the richest country on earth, so this is not a resource issue. You have money to bomb other countries. You have money for college. Shut the fuck up, okay? I don't want to hear it. You have money for college. Don't bullshit me. And healthcare and everything. You're the richest country in history. Don't ever tolerate someone telling you that, it's fiscally unfeasible. That is fucking horse manure of the highest order. It's a mound of cow shit. Number two, every ally of the United States, right? I'm talking specifically Western countries, but it's not only Western countries, who are capitalist to varying degrees, also have free college. So this is not a communist agenda. I mean, yeah, there's some crazy people who speak like that and think that this is some kind of socialist thing. It's not. Canada, not so much, but it's already better than the U.S. Canada, the UK, Germany, Austria, France, they all have free college. Are those communist countries? They're in NATO. So you calling your NATO allies communists? Again, this is stupid Red Scare bullshit from the 1950s. Go back in your time machine. It's a communist conspiracy. Number three, a lot of people who identify as conservative, although again, there's barely no difference between liberals and neocons these days, but a lot of people who identify as conservative and who are opposed to this, they say that, the idea of forgiving student loan debt is unfair because I had to pay mine off. What does that mean? Like, I had to do this thing so no one else can have nice things. If everybody thought like that, we would never progress in anything anywhere on earth if people thought like that. Oh, that person has it better than me. I'm not going to let him have it. What are you, a fucking child? Grow up. And more importantly, number four, people who identify as conservative, they say things like, the free market, we need growth. We need to create jobs. We need to be, giving all these tax cuts and all this freedom for corporations and trickle down economics and let them, just grow the economy. It's so important. It's the number one issue. You know what helps grow your economy? Investing in infrastructure. In other words, letting people go to college. If you want to grow your economy, you need a qualified workforce, you fucking bimbo dumbo. You need people who have gone to college. How the hell do you think you're going to advance as a country if you don't have a qualified and educated workforce? And I want to be very clear. I think this is disgusting when people say, those are skilled workers and unskilled workers. Don't give me this bullshit, man. You go stand on your feet for 12 hours at McDonald's and see how fucking easy that is, and see how much you like it. That work is just as valid and hard as a teacher or a lawyer, whatever. It's work. So don't play this bourgeoisie shit with me. But you need both, right? You just need labor, period. You know, it's up to everyone whether they want a college degree or not. But I'm just saying that making the ones who've decided to pursue higher education, which is very difficult, very time consuming, you have to literally dedicate your life to it and go through with it. You should not be punishing them and saddling them with debt. This is obscene. This is outrageous. You know, there are a lot of Americans who actually go to study in Germany because it's free. How pathetic is that? You know, if America is the greatest country on earth, why are people running away because they can't go to college and have to go do it in another country? America is the greatest country on earth in terms of, you know, size, great in size, money, resources. So don't come here and then tell me, oh, we have the resources for this and that and Wall Street and the bombs. And yeah, we always find a way for that. Oh, but we can't do healthcare. We can't do this. I'm not hearing this. No person should tolerate this nonsense and utter drivel. This is ridiculous. Even if you were the poorest country on earth, the first fucking thing you do is you give people healthcare and education. This is the basis of civilization. You cannot do anything without these things. So I'm not surprised that Biden is and Democrats are scamming and conning their own voter base, you know, including the young people who saved them from a red wave, as people were speculating. I've been saying this to you since before he was elected. He is not going to do or lift a goddamn finger to do any of this stuff. This was designed to fail. They know it. They know the system better than you and me. And they are gaming and conning all of their young voters and otherwise. And remember, some of you in the comments just now, you told me you're in your 50s or 60s and you still have student loan debt. So this is not just an issue of young people. This is an issue of everybody. Like I said, the whole population. And I want to say another thing, because to the point of young people, to that point, there's an issue that a lot of young people are staying, they're living with their parents, they're living at home, for much longer than their parents' generation. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. You know, do whatever you want. You don't have to move out, or I don't know. I know that's this mentality in the West. I don't care to scold people who live with their parents. Who cares? It's your thing, man. Whatever. Family's good. But I just want to say something. One of the reasons why people are unable to get their own place or buy a house is because of things like this. They're saddled with debt, and because of these socioeconomic conditions that are imposed on them that are completely unnecessary and unethical and immoral, they're unable to advance in their careers or buy a house or an apartment or have a family even, right? So you have a higher number of people in their late 20s who are still living at home and who have not started a family because they literally cannot afford to. Why? Because they're saddled by debt, or they are being prevented from, getting a degree in the first place so that they can find a better job and so on. And they hammer this into your head since day one at school, right? You need to go to college. You finish high school, you go to college, you get a degree, you get a job, blah, blah, blah. And then, you can't tell people that this is good for them and then make them pay off exorbitant amounts of money for the rest of their lives and punish them for doing it. It's not okay. People should be able to get degrees. It should not cost them a fortune. It should not cost anything. In most countries in Europe, you pay something trivial, 100 euros a semester or something. Nothing. It's nothing. People have enough trouble living and getting accommodation to go to university in the first place, to live in the area of the university, to move there, to sustain themselves. That's already difficult enough. So saddling them with this is just, it's wrong, it's disgusting, and this really needs changing. And Democrats, as usual, just complete con job what they've done. I should have added one more thing. A lot of people who are in college work on the side, right? And some of them, they even have to do 2 jobs. So they can barely get by and barely study. And, you're expecting them to pay off some immoral debt. No, this is not okay. A society, a government, a country that values, progressing as a country and growth and literacy and education does not do things like this. There's no excuse for it. There is, every single way you look at this issue, you cannot justify it. It doesn't make sense fiscally. It doesn't make sense morally. It doesn't make sense economically. There's no way. And I think it's embarrassing. This is, the United States likes to be an example to the rest of the world, right? Or seeks to do that. And says, oh, this is the beacon of democracy, the beacon of freedom. You can come to America with $20 in your pocket and make it and become a billionaire, right? You've heard all these stories. Again, it doesn't add up when you look at the facts with healthcare, with student debt. This is not okay. People are not pissing this money away on Ferraris and beer. They're not. They're struggling. And they should not have to do that. End of story. So, let me just read your super chats, your comments, your kind donations. Give me a second. Are you guys going to watch the World Cup? Are you excited for it? I'm not excited that it's in Qatar. I agree with Piers Morgan for once that there is no country that is perfect, morally and this holier than thou is nonsense. But with Qatar, I really think that we should point out this issue with the migrant workers. Correct me if I'm wrong, man, but I don't know any other country that forced, basically brought thousands of migrants to build stadiums and then confiscated their passports and let thousands of them die in the process. I don't know any country where that has happened before. Perfect or not perfect, whatever. So I really think that is scandalous. That alone, it's too late now, but that alone is damning and irredeemable. It's disgusting. You guys in the comments are saying, well, Sophia says, thank you for going live, Richard. Thank you, Sophia, for being here. I appreciate that. Big Basil says, I hate football, Richard. That's okay, I get it. John says, I don't watch football, so whatever. Tell you later says, I hope Iran wins. So yeah, that's interesting. Iran's playing with in the same group as Wales, England, and US. I think what's going to happen, England will top the group, and the US might be in second place, or Iran. I would like to see Iran go far. I got to be honest, man. I have this issue with the England team because I always support them, and they always end up disappointing me for my whole life. So the last tournament last year, the Euro Cup was the worst one. Those motherfuckers, they gave me so much hope. They made it to the final and still lost. I was furious. So I'm thinking I better not fall into this trap again this year. I don't want to. No, I'm not. Football is an English sport. You would think that we could fucking play it properly. It's embarrassing. I know what the issue is. In England, you have the Premier League. The Premier League is like the best league on earth. Every country has its own. La Liga in Spain. The Italians also have their own one. It's normal, right? But the English one is the most prestigious because it's an English game, but also because the clubs rake in the most money. You have Chelsea, you have Arsenal, Manchester United, Everton, Fulham, West Ham. You name it. And all of the stars play there, most of them, right? You'll still find some of them in Real Madrid or Barcelona or Juventus and Bayern München, but the bulk of the elite football stars play in England and at these top clubs. And when you put the England team together, what you do is you put all of these players with egos this fucking big, and they don't give a crap about actually doing teamwork. No. They all each one wants to be the star, and so what happens is no one is playing properly, and they lose every time. And on top of that, you have to remember that these guys are just not being paid enough to give a shit. When they go back to Manchester United where they play most of the year, right? They play most of the year in the clubs. They're stinking rich. I mean, they're paid literally millions a year. They don't get that money from the England football team. So, these two issues, I think that explains it. It's a shame. It's a shame. Venti Cafe sees my point. I appreciate it. Heavy Flavor says football analyst Richard Medhurst. Yeah, I used to be really into it, but I see George is watching Manchester United. I used to like them because most of the England players played for Manchester United, so you could find Scholes, you could find Rooney, you could find Beckham. That's why, but I think Beckham moved to Madrid, and then he went to some club in the US, and then, they all just... And Michael Owen just, dropped off the face of the planet for some reason. The only time I've only been to one football match. I went to watch England versus Chile it was in Wembley, and it was a fucking friendly match. It wasn't even a tournament. It was a friendly match at home, and England lost 2-0. It's so embarrassing, just pathetic, absolutely pathetic. Really, just. Ali says FIFA is corrupt as fuck. Oh, absolutely. I don't know if you were tuned in before, but I couldn't agree more. They're extremely corrupt. Big Teal says we got to talk about the origins of football. It came from indigenous folks in pre-colonial Latin America. I did not know that. Forgive me, I actually did not know that. I need to look into it. I mean, I was just saying that most of the world, at least, that presumes it to be an English sport, so you'd think they could actually play it. Regardless, it's just... So... yeah, I don't know. But it's cool. We've got Christmas coming soon, and we're also working on a new album, because the last time I was actually doing music was 2019. So when we put out the first album, and then things started taking off with the YouTube channel, so I had to put it on the back burner. But I'm trying to get back into it now, and we're working on a second album. It's funny because the Riverline YouTube channel, we haven't even told anyone there. So I don't know if there's anyone who was following me from the music who is on here, but we haven't told anyone there yet. So yeah. William says, do you know the story of the Russian referee in 1966? I don't. 1966 was Germany against England, right? They won the World Cup, England. Is that anything to do with that? Or because I don't know the story. Big Basil says, rugby players laugh when they get hurt, and football players cry when they get hurt. They're actors. Oh, that's cool. Indigo says, dude, on it, Riverline album drop, let's go. Man, I'm really, really excited for this, because we've matured a lot in the songwriting as well, in terms of arrangement. So, just how the song is structured. There's a lot of crazy shit coming. I'm really, really pumped. So, yeah. Big Teal says, what's Richard's other channel, the music channel? I'll paste the link in the chat. It's Riverline. So just type Riverline on YouTube and you'll see it come up. Man, the singles that we put out from the last album did really well. They did extraordinarily well. You know, they got hundreds of thousands of plays. So I always have this feeling in the back of my mind, like, shit, we should have kept making music during the last 2 years. But again, I had so much to deal with politics, journalism. So it's okay though, because now we're back in it. So it's great. Here, I'll just paste the link in the chat if you want to look it up. Thanks, Milorad, for subscribing. I appreciate it. Chalk says, I've got a fever and the only prescription is another crab dance. All right, I'll oblige you. I got to play a crab dance for you. Don't worry. Oh, guys, by the way, tomorrow at 6 p.m. Paris time, I will have Igor Lopatonok on the show. You guys remember the film Ukraine on Fire with Oliver Stone? Igor is the director, so he's going to come on to talk about what's happening in Ukraine, about his films tomorrow, 6 p.m. Paris time. So if you're in New York, that should be noon. Let me just double check his... yeah, so that's noon Eastern time and 9 a.m. West Coast. Set an alarm. If you're in Damascus, Jerusalem, that would be 7 p.m. And if you're in the UK, it's 5 p.m. So yeah, and I'm gonna premiere something that he's working on. So be here. You're not gonna want to miss it. Thank you, Omar, for checking out the music. I actually I have everything. I mean, not me, but the band. We have everything on Spotify, iTunes, whatever. And the thing that I've been wanting to do is also put the stuff that I'm doing here on there. You guys listen to podcasts? Because I wasn't sure if there would be a lot of demand for it. Because if you want, I could do that. I could put all the stuff on there. Big Teal says, that's how you know Richard is international. He's got to list all the time zones. Yeah, I know them by heart. But, you know, because when we transition from summer to winter, they always set back the clocks 1 hour in one zone. So New York sometimes 5 hours behind, but then it'll be 6 again. So I just double check. Big Teal says, what's your role in the band? Singer, guitarist? Yeah, so basically I'm doing most of the songwriting, and I'm also producing the tracks. So when I say producing, I mean the instrumentals, right? So me and Jay will make the instrumentals. You know, he'll send me something that's like 1 minute long, a demo, and then I'll arrange it and transform it into 3 minutes. And so that's the arrangement, the songwriting, and I mean the lyrics as well. And then I'm doing the rap, and I'm also doing guitars. So, and we have a singer. Brandon's a singer, right? So a lot of people were comparing the first album to Linkin Park, and yeah, I mean, you can hear the influence, but it's also our own thing. If you really look at the structure, it's different. You know, they never did solos, for example. I put that shit in there because it was really fun. But the stuff we're working on now, I think it's going in I think it's always like that, right? You have every new artist or band, people always compare them to someone that's already known, but then over time, they develop their own thing. So that's what we're in the process of doing now, and it's really exciting. So, yeah. Standing Alone says, Richard is a true Renaissance man. RY says, yes to podcast, please. Okay. So I see several of you talking about the podcast. I'll make it happen because I know it's a lot of work, but if you guys want to be able to listen to it, because if you're on YouTube on the app and you close the app, you can't hear the video anymore, right? So I figured maybe there are people in their car or they're exercising. I don't know. They just want to hear the news and the videos I'm doing, but they can't. So I'll put it on all of the platforms for you. Michael says, "Isn't this a podcast?" Yeah, it is. I just meant like actually putting it on those places. It's good to see you, Michael. We got a donation here. I forgot to read this out. This is from Valerie on Venmo. So thank you very much. And Lana has sent me a friend request. Okay, I'm not sure what that is, but thank you, I suppose. And again, thank you to everybody who signed up on Patreon. I believe I owe you guys a crab dance, so let's do it. And let's go. Just one sec. I wanted to... Where are we now? Nice. So we're at 832. We want to get to 850. So we just need 18 more subscribers on Patreon. Just 18 people. I'm sure we can do that. All right. So if you guys enjoy my work, you find it interesting, you learned something, you want me to continue, this is a way you can support. You can donate $5 a month, $1 a month, whatever you like. So thank you very much, and I'll play you guys a crab dance.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard.
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line, claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro, and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have two number 9s. A number 9 large.
we got him.
I told myself, I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't get up. Disgusting!
Why you take that? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
There we go. Awesome. Why? Tell me in the comments, what would you like me to add to the crab dance? When we hit 850 subscribers, Claudia and I will add something fresh. So if there's something funny, some clip or moment you'd like us to put in, let us know. Just one more thing before I forget, because I just sent the link, but let me put it on the screen. One sec. That meme with Biden. So, yeah. So some of you guys were asking where you can find the music. If you go on YouTube and type Riverline, you'll find the full album. It's also on Spotify, iTunes, whatever. Again, this is from 2019, but we're working on a new one now. And actually, Collateral and Bound, they did extremely well. You know, you had like all these rock music channels on YouTube, just like uploading them. I didn't even speak to them. They're just like, can we upload this? And each one of them got like hundreds of thousands of views. So that was really really great. I also made a Twitter. We don't use it. It's not active, but I'm gonna fix that up now. So it's funny because we haven't actually announced anything on the YouTube channel or that page, but yeah, there's new stuff coming soon. So anyway, in case you want to go check it out. Again, thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you for being with me and for endeavoring to understand all of this political tomfoolery and circus that's unfolding before us. And thank you to everybody who signed up on Patreon: Francisca, Milorad, Ali, Wendy, Rebirth, Jenny, and Nidmag, and Siesta something. Siesta, yeah. I appreciate it very much. And that's it. Thank you very much for tuning in, guys. Take care. Please share the videos, like the video, interact with it. It helps the channel. And hopefully we can get to 850 on Patreon. That'll be really cool. Thank you guys very much. Take care. Ma'asalami. Bye-bye. I'm reading your comments. You guys are very kind. I'm gonna be creeping and lurking in the background, like reading them now. All right, take care. The U.S. has no power without energy. If you look at the list of top oil producers, the United States is number one, but that doesn't mean anything because the United States consumes more than it can produce. You understand? That's how it is, man. You want to, colonize the planet. You need 800 bases, a lot of oil. So, the Pentagon is the world's biggest polluter. You need oil to pollute. So, even though the U.S. can produce the most, they still need to buy oil from outside to meet their consumption needs. And Saudi Arabia is one of their top suppliers. And it's not even just about consumption. It's about projecting power through the US dollar. And if you have the petrodollar, which is imperiled, even by just a bit, it could be just a bit. I mean, look how sensitive currencies are. The US dollar, again, granted, it's not going to be, overturned from one day to the next. This is still not good. This is still not good. There's this new claim from Russia that the Ukrainians are planning to use a dirty bomb. But in a joint statement, the French, British, and American foreign ministers said they reject Russia's transparently false allegations that Ukraine is preparing to use a dirty bomb on its own territory. Zelensky accused Russia of being the source of everything dirty that can be imagined in this war. We have had a couple of escalations in the war. The Crimea bridge was blown up with a truck bomb. The Nord Stream pipelines were blown up and sabotaged. All evidence points to these being man-made events and to being therefore sabotaged and perpetrated by Ukraine. The Ukrainians basically admitted that they blew up the Crimea bridge. I have the video of the Foreign Minister of Ukraine literally saying that on tape. And before that, we had the SBU, the Ukrainian security services, basically admitting to it the day it happened. Zelensky as well. What more evidence do you need? It was Ukraine. You have several acts of sabotage, and Ukraine was behind them. Logically, who is most likely to be behind a dirty bomb? Just logically. You know what's actually real? That AOC sent weapons to Ukraine. Look, here are the votes. The 40 billion which they sent over. So look who voted for this. You got AOC. There you go. She voted for this. Richie Torres, who's a Zionist pretending to be a progressive. Jamal Bowman, same thing. Let's look at Ilhan Omar. Yep, she also voted for it. I'm talking about all of them, all these so-called progressives. I don't even know what that word means anymore. You'll have some of them that vote no when they are certain that the bill is going to pass anyway. But when it's not certain, when it's not sure that the bill is going to pass, they fucking vote yes to make sure it gets through. So they're working for the establishment. They help these bills get through. That shows you how fucking evil these people are. They are worse than Republicans because Republicans tell you to your face who they are. They show you their ugly side. It's in your face. It's like Trump. He shows you that he's ugly and what he is doing and what he's going to do. But these guys, they pretend to be on the other side and then they go and do the exact same thing as Trump, the exact same thing as conservatives, all the same, all the same. The Arabs, they refused to accept the 1947 partition plan that the UN adopted. The Arabs, they just won't come and sit at the table and talk, right? The Arabs are so violent. Oh, the Arabs are terrorists. That's all you hear. This garbage, this racist, trash, imperialist nonsense from CNN, from the Israelis, from BBC, over and over for decades. And now suddenly, it's okay to just press on, to keep the war going, because it's up to Ukrainians to decide when the war ends. Great. So it's up to Palestinians to decide when the war ends. It's up to Syrians to decide when the war ends, okay? There's no diplomacy with Israel. That's not happening. It's never happening, right? Since you want to play this game. So they'll pressure the Arabs to do diplomacy with Israel and recognize Israel, who's occupying their territory. But when it comes to Ukraine, it's, hey, screw diplomacy. Press on. Here's $50 billion. Here's $65 billion. Bomb the crap out of the Russians. Keep going. Even if it risks World War III. You see the double standard? The 101st Airborne Division, a famous paratrooper division in the American Army that was formed during World War II. Apparently, they've been deployed now to Ukraine's border. They make the Russians out to be the aggressive ones. Listen, man, when it comes to nuclear weapons, I never, show me one statement where Putin is saying, we're going to nuke you. He's not saying that. He says, if you use nukes, we'll use them in response, which is, this is normal. Everyone understands this since 1945, right? Since the Cold War, that there's mutually assured destruction. He didn't really need to say it. When NATO is holding these drills there, I mean, I don't know how anyone can look at that and say it's not provocative. It's extremely provocative. Try doing that with the US and see what they do to you. Try going to the Florida Keys or near Hawaii and hold a nuclear drill with Russia and China and just see what the Americans do. Just imagine the roles reversed and the reaction, and then you can see what hypocritical bullshit this is. Who did this blast? Who sabotaged Nord Stream 1 and 2? If Russia did this, which the mainstream media are saying, why wouldn't they rush out and say it was Russia? Even Biden refused to do it, right? He was asked, do you blame Russia for this? And he just dodged the question because this lie is so big. No one actually dares to utter it because it's lunacy. The only people that are accusing Russia of doing it are the mainstream media because they're dogs, they're lapdogs, and they do the bidding of the governments. They're a mouthpiece for the government when the government can't say it. When the Israelis go and bomb Syria, they don't say we bombed Syria. They say we refuse to comment, and then the media go and justify the bombing for them. Just think logically, these countries, do they care about Russia? Does Sweden secretly care about Russia? Does Germany secretly care about Russia? I mean, they do to a certain extent, but the governments I'm talking about, right? They don't. They're not going to cover for Russia. They would actually gladly come out and say it was Russia if they actually had any proof, but they don't. And that's why they refuse to divulge any information, because they're hiding something. And we all